Dun, 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 dun. What is going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Double mic audio, apparently. Yeah, let me go ahead and click that button. How's that? Is that feeling better? I did add a little something. It shouldn't be on here though, which is really weird. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh no, that can stay on. It shouldn't be on. That makes no sense why it's on. Oh, actually, no, it does make sense. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. I understand what I did. Very, very stupid, but I did do it. Let me click over here and then I can fix it for later. Okay, living the dream. What's happening, y'all? It's Sunday. I love Sunday. Sunday is the best day of the week because it means that we still get some games in before we have to start Monday. See? If it was Monday, then we wouldn't be able to get games in anymore, but it's Sunday, so the games get to keep coming. I'm going to cast some games today. I'm going to play some games, and then towards the end of the stream, we are going to be having our our fun times with Mr. HUSKSUPPE and Kiluminati. And speaking of which, I'm going to try and cast a game of them both to kick the stream off. We're going to do like a, you know how they have those amazing stories? You know, you start off at the beginning of the story and, you know, it kind of foreshadows the ending of the story. It's like a book, it's like this, a bookend smack with the two things. That's what we're going to be doing today. So I've got the first game here of Kiluminati playing, and then we'll do a soup game, and then we'll get into our own shenanigans if there are any. I don't even know. But let's jump into game number one and see what these two mischievous are going to be up to. Now, for those of you who want to know when the show match is actually starting, It's literally written in my Twitch chat, not my Twitch chat. It's literally written in my Discord. But it's at 15:30 GMT. I'll be very unhappy if I hear anyone else ask when the show match is starting and nobody responds to them. So that's your job. Your job to respond to them. But while I'm here, thank you to John Shepard, Peeves, Muscular Christian, Zerb Leaves, Ram in the YouTube chat. You guys are the greatest. But let's watch our first game. Look at that. Look at that just amazing transition into nothing because for whatever reason just did not want to work. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and or girls, spawning in the left side of the map, presenting the god Huitzilopochtli for today's auspicious of occasion. It is Tag's very own Recon. He is up against a menace of the ladder and a menace of the tournament circuit as well. He's going to be putting his skills, or he's going to have his skills put to the test in this Age Mythology Retold casted game. His opponent today is the birthday boy. We might have some surprises for him later. It is the birthday boy, Kiluminati, and he is going to be playing some Quetzalcoatl. 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 To everyone coming in and saying g'day on the stream. I say g'day to you on this auspicious occasion. It is one of those times. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of hype going on at the moment about Age of Mythology. It's very exciting. We've got Hagrid back. What an exciting time to be alive. Everybody just remember that nobody really cares what you think in regards to the balance. You're all wrong. And the only thing that matters is the thing that ends up getting put into the live patch. And then you have to deal with it from there. So, fantastic. I love this. It's going to be fun. I'm really excited for the future of Age of Mythology. You've also got a land coming up. That's also exciting. I don't know if you guys have missed that, but for some reason, yeah, no, you shouldn't have. And yeah, we've got a show match tonight. So yeah, it's all happening. It's literally all happening at the moment. In the right-hand corner, we are going to be seeing Kiluminati. He's going to be going through Pataketl, unless I'm saying that wrong. Patakatl, Patakart, maybe. I don't know. I thought it was Pataketl, but I think that's me just messing it up completely at this point. One day I'm really going to sit down and learn it, but today's not that day. One day you're going to be like, wow, Boit, you suck at pronouncing these names. And then the next day you're going to be like, wow, Boit, you're really good at pronouncing these names. That's what's going to happen. I guarantee you. But we're saying it's going to be a bit of a mirror here for the classical age, as yeah, the game's going to be continuing along. We do already see the warrior priest coming out as Kiluminati is starting up his house wall here. Love to see that. Very, very smart to do so. But it is open up here, and this priest just wants to get in here and get damage done. As Kiluminati finishes up, now he's throwing up the walls over on this side with literally every single one of his villagers will be able to... No! Whoa! The counter! The counter! The Kiluminati! Get absolutely wrecked. Get absolutely wrecked. I couldn't be more happy for Kiluminati in this game. Not only did he do the house wall that I've been saying is a must versus Huitzilopochtli for, I don't know, probably the past week or so. I don't even know if the Aztecs have been out for a week. They definitely have. I've been saying this for the past month. Let's go with that. But also, he's just completely shut down one of the strongest early game god powers for a very, very small price. Now the question is, where to next? Recon, he's known for some very, very interesting play. He loves to build some units out, make sure that he's safe, also be knocking on the front door, as Mr. likes to put it, and putting pressure on, catching people out when they're not exactly ready for it. He's got a marker down. It looks like he's going to be going for a fast heroic. This makes sense in the Aztec mirror. The only thing here is that I think a village center in this position or a town center would go a very, very long way as Huitzilopochtli. Reason being is that the gold line here for Kiluminati is a 10 out of 10. He's got a wood line here he can wall off, And any sort of aggressive play from Recon with a fast heroic is going to get shut down pretty easily, I would have to say. I don't believe it would be that big of an issue for him to defend. So a village center would kind of give him a little bit of extra time. And if it's the case that Kiluminati goes full on the defense here to try and prevent the obsidian butterflies from coming in and getting damage done and all that jazz, you know, he's going to be able to outscale to some degree. But nonetheless, we are seeing Noble's Huts coming up all in the front here for Kiluminati as the game will progress. He also does end up getting himself another Kimichin Spy. Now, I kind of like this. I haven't seen many people doing this just yet, but this guy as an actual scout, I think is really important. You can come and stick him here, and then you can rotate him around to here, and then you can just keep him out of line of sight of your opponent, who basically has to get into melee range to reveal him. So as long as you're a little bit cautious, you're good to go. Now, we are going to be seeing Recon going for the Armadillo strat here. He did already use his Blood Pact, so his first cast of that is gone. But you can obviously sack some villages and get that value again and possibly take out a talent center. Now, my take on this is 50 favor, probably not worth it. You have to sack 3 villages to get 50 favor roughly. And then you kill off the talent center, which obviously is damage, but you also lose your armadillo for it. So it can be a little bit lackluster, so to speak. That being said, Kiluminati for the moment, he's doing something a little bit offbeat, I'd say. He is pumping out the Ocelot Warriors. He's staying in the classical age. He's gotten himself 5 bloodletting warrior priests for favor. Now, I'm not sure exactly what his plan is with that favor, but there's a lot of really good usages for favor in the early game for like technologies and things like that. Spamming out the bunny rabbits at this point, probably not the best of ideas, just on the fact that your opponent has got a whole bunch of heroes already out. Do you want to save that? Maybe get something a little bit more powerful like the Tsitsimiddles or the or your own armadillos here as Quetzalcoatl. But nonetheless, Recon rolls in with his Ayatochli. He is ready for some pressure. He's going to be really putting the pump onto Kiluminati. He's got himself that Earth Monster. He's got himself the Blood Pact ready to go as he does bring his Warrior Priest over there. There goes the Ayatochli Blood Pact. Going to be hitting that Noble's Hut there. He does not have him. Well, he does actually have the special there to roll in as he comes through. That's going to be hitting that Town Center there as the Agave Bloom dropped down for Kiluminati to try and keep all of his units alive. Unfortunately for Kiluminati, he's not going to be able to keep the town center alive. In fact, he tried to take out the Ayatochli. He's done tons of damage to it, but it's not going to matter because Recon just beats through it. And he has to retreat with the watchtowers now. He's just got no more siege, but that's a town center down. That's value for Recon. Kiluminati now, he is in front by 4 villages, but Recon will catch up on that. He needs to get his town center back up as fast as he possibly can here. These villages can run behind his walls. He can get this all sorted out, but Recon has found himself such a big advantage. Recon probably could consider here to just drop his own town center now. Because he's Huitzilopochtli, this makes a lot of sense. Successfully killing a town center, drop your own one. Your opponent has to drop one themselves, and you've got the 33% refund, whereas your opponent does not. Very big win for him there. On the flip side, one huge power spike remains here for Kiluminati, of which Recon needs to be really careful against. He's got himself these Tequila Archers, which I don't think they're the strongest against the Aztecs, especially not against Quetzalcoatl, but these Coyote Warriors, when combined with a couple of upgrades and also Tailwind, you're going to have a very, very tough game if those are out in the open. You will lose them all very quickly to those Coyote Warriors. As we are seeing the town center coming back up, and funnily enough, we will see the villager differential being incredibly close here. Of course, it's still advantage Recon because Recon is in the heroic age. It takes time to advance to the next age, 90 seconds. It's probably about a 4 villager differential when that's taken into account. So there is that there. As the army for Recon still positioning itself out in the middle of the map, we will see these units pulling back for the time being, and we'll see what Kiluminati can come up with. He's in a little bit of a sticky situation here. Onto the backside, a great temple going to be coming through for Recon. I love that we're seeing players going for this type of idea, building out all of these warrior priests nice and early. Of course, it does preemptively shut down the strong myth units of the Aztecs, but also it's going to help you get out things like the Great Temple. You can also put towers down with these warrior priests. I haven't really seen anyone super going into that, but for example, something like Tezcatlipoca doing something like a tower strat with these warrior priests early on, it doesn't sound terrible. It really doesn't sound terrible. Of course, you have to figure out how to find the advantage early to then start locking your opponent down with those towers, but it does make some sense. But nonetheless, Kiluminati continuing to make out these Coyote warriors, and on the other side here for Recon, he's actually going into Autonton Smashers and Shorn ones, which makes perfect sense because Kiluminati is going into pure infantry. Those Shorn ones are going to be an incredible power there. Wow, this Kimichin Spy completely spots the movement path here of Recon. This is exactly what Kiluminati needs. He is running over onto this side. He's waiting to see these units. Where are they going? The talent center has been spotted. The Kimichin Spy coming over onto this side here. He's on that passive stance, but he does see that army, and Recon, he needs to get out of here safely. Kiluminati, he needs to get this win because his army 110% beats this army here. There goes the tailwind as the army dives in here, and that's going to be a crazy amount of damage onto Recon's army. His Shorn ones, however, on the back, they are going to be coming through, and Kiluminati, he's got to bail from this now. He's got to get away from those Shorn ones because they're going to completely turn this fight. Kiluminati hasn't noticed the Shorn ones, just that it's like moving into a whole bunch of samurai with your human units, except it's even worse. Look at the damage. It's 3x, and they're doing 11 hack. It's a crazy amount of damage there. He does manage to pick off the majority of those units, but now Kiluminati has to be thinking, ooh, how do I actually beat the Shorn one? Now, Tequila Archers are an answer. The Shorn one does have 20% pierce armor at base, but it is a 3 population units. It's kind of making up for that fact. But I kind of feel like your answer here against this Shorn one is generally going to be to just go into Eagle Warriors, especially with Quetzalcoatl, and the fact that he's already got himself the medium upgrades for his Noble Hut. So he doesn't need to worry about really going into those War Hut units in this game in the slightest. Of course, the Tequila Archer does actually have more DPS per pop than the, especially versus infantry units, than the Eagle Warrior. But the Eagle Warrior's got that range, which, if you know me, and I'm sure you guys know me at some point here, you started to listen to what I've said quite a bit about this game from time to time. Range is king when it comes to ranged units at the top level. Range is absolutely king. So those Eagle Warriors at 21 range are going to be a big pain for Recon to deal with. On top of that, Kiluminati now going to the heroic age, and he's going to go through Koyol Zhao. Damn it. No, it's not going to happen. He's going through this god, and that's going to give him 4 Sitsa middles. So while he is behind right now on military resource count, you can see that as soon as he drops that god power, he's actually going to be in front on military resource value. Of course, wow, that stun there from the Shorn ones is absolutely bonkers, as Recon is really trying to keep these units stuck here. Kiluminati will be able to escape. He will be able to get back to home, but he does have to get into something different very quickly. He's got himself 5 Nobles Huts. He's building a couple on this backside as well. He needs a lot to get these units out. He definitely knows that that he needs those range units here to make this all work. Recon, on the other hand, might have a pushing point immediately to force a defensive Starfall, because he's got those Taunton smashes in. And if he can force a defensive Starfall, then he has nothing to worry about versus the Heroic Age Power Spike for Kiluminati. On the flip side as well, there is this technology here that I imagine Kiluminati will be grabbing. I haven't quite a sense in. HUSKSUPPE. Anyways, he needs to get that technology because that's where things get very, very nice for this Heroic Age Power Spike for the Starfall user. Nonetheless, a great temple coming up on the back here for Kiluminati. He might be attempting a very quick Mythic Age, but with the Taunton smashes at the gate, these things are very, very, very... I've seen people think these aren't very good, but these things are very, very good once you get this technology here. This technology boosts up all of your human units' damage by 10%, but they also give 1 crush. And you can see that these guys have got 8x versus buildings, so it's like 8 crush. Of course, it's 1.4 attack interval, so it's more like 5-ish crush damage per second on top of the already other damage. But it does put them up to that level of, say, a portable ram or a siege tower or like a what are the other ones? Or an axe card. It puts it up to that level of strength once you get those upgrades, and you also get your armory upgrades as well. That's another thing that these Taunton smashers can have access to for some big deeps. But nonetheless, Tlaloc coming through for Kiluminati, and Recon, he just says, I'm going to let you go there. Maybe Recon feeling a little bit like he doesn't have the strength to break this position. I think he's got a misread of the scenario here. He definitely does have the advantage just on the fact that he's got the counter units with those Sean ones, and he's got the Taunton smashes to smash. He breaks through this position, he wins the game. But if Kiluminati gets to the Mythic Age here, especially through Tlaloc, then you get such a big boost here in the Mythic Age. You get effectively Plentyvault, not a Plentyvault, a Forge of Olympus, but the economic variety, which is going to be a huge help. That's somewhere in the vicinity of 1,400 gold boost for yourself, plus you get all of the upgrades as well. Of course, it's not exactly a 1,400 gold boost. You do have to pay for the upgrades. They're very cheap. It's probably more like a 500 to 600 gold boost. Thank you for the subscription. Iron 17 months and 17 fantastic months at that. All right, so... But Tlaloc for both players going to be coming in. Of course, Recon knows that he's in control to some degree. He's got a second town center up already. There goes the sacrifice into the Great Temple for all the myth units. So there is a big power spike here, as well as Tlaloc. Tlaloc? I don't know. I tried. This is the technology that makes all of your technologies, or your economic technologies very, very cheap. You can see him pumping them out. Plow 5, 10, 25, 15, 15, 25, 15. And he's getting 100 gold back for these as well. So he pays a little bit, gets 100 gold back, and he gets all of those upgrades for a boosted economy. It's a very, very big power spike, and Kiluminati is taking full advantage of it. However, Recon is going to be able to take advantage of that as well. And he's got the second town center. He's up by 17 villages. And like I said, Recon knows he's in control here. He doesn't have to force anything. That being said, the power spike is coming. There is still this Starfall to get dropped down. I'm still waiting for this technology for Kiluminati to get researched. I think it's a bit of a mistake to forgo that one. But nonetheless, he's going to be charging forward. He can drop the Tlalocan onto the Pillar of Tlalocan, onto this Great Temple, if he so chooses, which is going to force Recon out of here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Secures this position for himself. Now, oh my god, look at that damage there onto the Kimichin Spies. What are they doing there? I think Recon was going for a little bit of the old how you going technique. I'll touch on it. But Recon was planning to use all of those Kimichin Spies to get himself the myth units out. It's very, very cheap to do so, but of course he got caught and he loses them all. Now he has to rebuild them. That's going to be some pain there. As you can see him pumping them out of this position. There goes the Starfall onto the main base. There's the owls, the Tunkulu Chu here. There's the rats with hands. I don't even know what to call these guys. Ahuizotul. as well as that Tochli, who can definitely take out the town center of Recon. Recon's got his Pillar of Tlalcan, but does he want to drop that in his own base here to defend? He's got himself Earth Monster, gonna drop that down before charging in, as Kiluminati will need to pull back for the time being. He's gonna have a whole bunch of units just popping out in this main base. Look at this Obsidian Butterfly coming in, unfortunately there. Not the best usage of her. Split her off, go for villages, unless your opponent's got a sort of backline of archers. If that's the case, then you can kill off those archers. As we do see the superhero coming through for Recon. That's going to be dealing with all of these myth units very, very quickly. But the town center there does fall, and Kiluminati gets some much needed revenge fire in this game. Militarily speaking, in the advantage. Villager-wise, he is behind here. There is still going to be this this myth unit sack to come as the commission spice is up to 11. Of course, Recon wants the maximum amount of value. He doesn't want to spend too much on those myth units. And I thought that the best thing was the spearmen, but apparently the commission spies are an option. And I believe they're only one population now. Is that correct? Am I right on that? Yeah, they're only one population now. So it's even easier to get them out, to make that sacrifice as the incarnate comes forward. Now, he is strong, don't get me wrong, but guess what? If you focus fire him down, he dies. If you focus fire him down, he dies. That's how it works. So yeah, you can focus fire him down. Meanwhile, we will see a little bit. Is this what I think it is? Nope. I thought there might have been a little bit of turkey sacrificing going on here for Kiluminati at this point to keep his economy in a competitive state. If he had, say, his turkey situation set up correctly, whether that be on food or whatever, like maybe some farms out over onto this corner and just sent to the temple now and gets himself his turkey upgrade, now's the time for you to start enjoying that. Because that'll help him stay competitive as the turkeys come out every, I don't know how long, but it would be a nice way for him to sort of go at this point. But he's not using that livestock pen here just yet. Up onto the top side, we are seeing little bits of raids coming in as the Titsamiddle will get chased down. Villagers to come through for Kiluminati, just wall this up, secure this gold mine. He's going to get himself his own second talent center in the game. Here, ladies and gentlemen, just may, simply go the distance here. At any point, though, you could see that that Recon might be able to just break through this army. It is majority champion Eagle Warriors. I like the Eagle Warriors for Kiluminati, but he needs to ensure that he's actually getting himself a front line, whether he's making Titsamiddles or I can't remember, the rats with hands. There was HUSKSUPPE. Either those or actually make a front line of human unit like Shawn ones, Ocelot Warriors, something like that for a front line. And then he's going to be probably completely fine and he's not going to get blown up anytime. But I love this little attack here from Kiluminati, the Tauntaun Smashes. Attacking somewhere where your opponent isn't is always going to be one of the best ways to go about it. It has a great little stun in over there. Is look at this bad boy. We've got that Quetzalcoatl incarnate to come through. Got to be careful with him. He's like a Son of Osiris. If he gets focused down, he will die very, very quickly. But Recon's engage here, looking incredibly powerful. And another... Wait, no, that's not another. That's just the Pillar of Tlalcan for Recon does come through, and Kiluminati will have to pull back. The inclusion of the Jaguar Rider has been absolutely peak here for Recon to force Kiluminati back. Now, Kiluminati can do some shooting scooting here. That can be really, really strong. But there's just so much power inside of those Jaguar Warriors at the moment. Spearmen are needed, or Ocelot Warriors, or even your own Jaguar Warrior or Myth unit are needed for sure as the stuns coming through. We're also seeing that Soul Guide coming in for Recon from his sacrifice being absolutely gigantic. Kiluminati pulls back to his main base, and Recon looks like he will be in an absolutely insurmountable lead now. He's up 20 villages, 15 villages. He's got 3 town centers to 2. He does have a little bit of a gold issue coming his way as Kiluminati has secured the majority of the map with walls. But the fact of the matter is the walls don't really do a huge amount if you have no units to defend them. We'll see if Kiluminati can adjust here, build an army that's going to be able to deal with what Recon's building. The Jaguar Warrior plus Sean 1 sort of combo seems really, really strong here for him. Does definitely shut down those Eagle Warriors really, really nicely. Potentially Spearman might not be a terrible idea just for the Jaguar Riders. But then again, you also have to have a very strong scout on your opponent's on your opponent's unit comp to know how many Spearmen to build, as the walls on the top here getting beaten down by those Ayatochli, and Recon knows. He's a veteran at this point. He knows how important these gold mines are. He's going to move up here, secure this position first, and then he can start considering what to do next. Instead of just going full send and trying to just win the fights. No, map control is key in these sorts of games. As the village is pulling off of the Kalpuli at the top. Kalpuli's over here falling as well. And Recon is going for it. Illuminati at this point, can he actually beat this army is the big question. Jaguar, Ocelot Warriors. I don't know. He's got a huge amount of damage with him at 21.9 hack damage per second. The actual Jaguar Rider is at 18.7 hack damage per second. So those Ocelot Warriors do win out on the DPS game. Of course, the Jaguar Riders have got more. They don't have more HP. Excuse me. This army from Kiluminati should technically beat the Recon army. Even at a lower resource count, it should beat the Recon army just on stats alone. Unless there's something I'm missing here. What's he got? Yeah, no, so long as the heroes are in, the myth units are in, for Kiluminati, I'd love to see these guys coming out still. Titsamiddles or the Rat Boys, either one are very, very strong at killing off myth units. Ahuzotl, the Rat Boys, I'm going to call them the Ahuzotl at the moment. Either one is a very, very good anti-myth unit for the Aztecs. The other really good anti-myth unit is the Laser Turret Boy. I can't remember what he's called. But yeah, those three units are your like primo anti-myth unit, so to speak. But nonetheless, the army coming in up to the top here for Recon. Recon getting damage done, as we are seeing a little bit of an attempt at a raid over here, but that's getting denied by the Ahuzotls from Recon. As the villagers pop out over here. We see temples coming up for Recon onto the front here. I'm not sure where all the Ocelot Warriors have gotten to, but the Kiluminati army seems to have been out-positioned to some degree as Recon is pulling further and further in front in this game. Jaguar Riders coming through as well. Sacred Shields to come through. I believe that's tier 3 there for Recon. He is missing this really important tech here. The only real reason for me, apart from, of course, the Blood Pact Armadillo, the only reason to go through that god with Earth Monster Armadillo is that technology. This technology, I can't understate how good I think this technology is. It is effectively an extra line of like attack upgrades yeah, just an extra line of like weapons upgrades. Very, 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 very strong. Nonetheless, the Noble's Huts in the main base for Kiluminati falling. He's trying to get himself something out here, but look at the food situation. It's absolutely abysmal here for Kiluminati. He needs like 20 farms at the very least. He just doesn't have it. As the Ahuzotl coming through, that's going to get taken down. Village is falling over here. And where to next? Kiluminati's town center going to be going down. He's lost the top one. He's now losing the middle one. And I think his hopes and dreams of beating the Recon army at this moment, they are going down like a ton of flames that the buildings have been getting caught on. And he does tap out. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, is a win for the Reconator. Recon himself does show the way here for a little bit of spiciness. Very, very well played game. from both players, but Recon just one step in front. I really do think, I'm not sure what happened here at this point. I think if Kiluminati had actually built some myth units to go into this army, like either Sits and Middles or the Awazotls, the rat boys with the hand. If he had some of those in the army and he went for basically just a head-on fight, I feel like he would have been in a good spot. He split his army up a little bit, didn't work out. He did kill off a lot of the Recon army, but in the end, he lost all of his army to do that. So he needed to take that head-on fight with some myth units. I think he probably could have maybe made this a little bit more competitive and the game continued along. But again, Recon is Recon, and he will forever be Recon. If you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I will see you guys in the Jaguar Rider versus Osel Warrior Editor Test Simulator. That was a fun game. That was a fun game. I need to look at this because they're both. I've got getting spammed by someone here. Alrighty. I'm gonna quickly do. I want to do this test. Yes, I want to do a test of. I want to do a test of the Ocelotl Warrior versus the Jaguar Rider. Now, it should be a 1-to-1 test in terms of pop. Of course, the Jaguar Rider is far more expensive than the Ocelotl Warrior, but I don't think that matters for this specific test. I'm also going to do things like we're going to go down to here and we're going to go through exactly the god path that we had here, which was these ones. And our Quetzalcoatl is going to go through these ones for that, this, and Tlaloc. Okay, fantastic. I just want to see what it is. I feel like it's going to be an interesting. I think it's going to be an interesting thing. So I'll just show you the upgrades that they've got. So you got a couple of upgrades here, and excuse me, and this one over here, he's got those upgrades. So there's not really anything super specific, and look at how close this is. This guy costs 70-60. So what? 130, and this guy here costs 65.95. So 160. And the Jaguar Rider does win ever so slightly. Thank you for the tier 1 Stronghold Dev. Yeah, the jump doesn't really do a huge amount of damage from memory. Let's just do this once more, and I'll. There you go. We'll give first hit onto the other guy. But I don't think it's gonna matter. This is 20. I wanted to see what the actual damage on the other guy is. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff. Jaguar is better because you can simply add some Shawn ones in with them. Yes. The other question I had was Spearman as well, mixing those in against the Jaguar Rider. So let's just do, again, I'm just going to do a population test. It's just easier for my brain to do a population test than anything else. Not really saying, like, I'm doing this mostly for me, for my own understanding. I'm not doing this to say anything about anything. I'm just doing it for my own understanding. So I'm looking at this now. This guy has got no specific upgrades. It's got one. And yeah, okay. So yeah, so we want to build Spearmen versus these guys. I think that's just what we want to be doing. Get some Spearmen in there and micro well. That's the idea versus those bad boys. So in other words, when do you build when should you actually be building Ocelotl warriors in the Aztec mirror? I think the answer is never. Because what are you building them for? That's an interesting question, right? What are you actually building them for? A generalist infantry frontline. Why would I build the Ocelot Warrior when I could build a Sean one? They're kind of similarly costed in the sense that, like, cost more food than gold. Of course, this is basically the same amount of resources, but still. So yeah, so I think you build Spearmen. If they build Cav. If they build Ocelot Warrior, you build Sean one. And if they do anything else, you build Eagle Warrior. Right? So if they're going to be building Tequila Archers, Spearmen, I guess this guy's in actually. I wonder what the interaction on the Coyote Warrior versus that Eagle Warrior is. Because unlike all the other archers, the base damage versus infantry for the Eagle Warrior is quite low. It's like 2. Like I have updated my. I've been working on my spreadsheet. Can I show you guys? You're about to get flashbanged. I'm pretty proud of this at the moment. I'm pretty sure Magic might have already had this one, but you guys are gonna get flashbanged, but I don't care. Let me snooze that. All right, flashbang. This is my new. This is what I'm working on at the moment. Basically, I put all the stats in so you can actually see it next to each other, and you can actually do a nice comparison. Very, very easy. And this one's actually really interesting here. You can work out what their HP is per cost. You can work out what their DPS is per cost. You can work out what their DPS per pop is. Anyways, if you guys want to look at this, you can do so in your own time. It's just a bit of a fun thing for me at the moment, so I can be a little bit more educated on the game as opposed to doing everything by feeling, which my feelings are normally right, except for the other 50% when they're wrong. I have to now cast a soup game. Now, seeing as Magic called he wants his spreadsheet, I put it. We're giving this spreadsheet away. I ain't no. We need info. If there is a random game that Mr. HUSKSUPPE has played today, I would love to cast Rooney it, but I'm gonna just look for myself because that's what I can do. Super's been on his winning ways. Look at this, rank 1 with. Wait, does this tell me who won? Does I'll show you. Look at this guy's. Look at this guy. Look at this guy's stats. Absolutely insane. Rank 1. 2,281. Konbanwa, Koi-Koi-san. Look at this thing. 2281. That's way higher than Recon's rating. Wait, let me just look at Tag Recon. We were comparing units. Let's compare players at the moment. Tag Recon, rank. See, not even close. 2149. Rookie numbers. He's going to have to get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. All right, let me find a game to cast. Which one do we want? I guess this has been. Oh, okay, this will do. I found it. I found the game. Sorry, Soup, but I found the game. I found it. You don't get any opportunity to tell me which one it is. Oh, it is not level. I think seeing all of Pegasus's games, I think he actually might attempt to qualify for the LAN, which is very exciting. Yeah, very, very, very exciting. What mission am I up to in the campaign? I played the 3rd mission. I put it out today. So I'm doing like 1 or 2 missions a week at this point. So yeah, hopefully the people on the YouTubes are enjoying. That's what I hope. But anyways. Koi koi! Arigatou gozaimasu! Daisuki ya de! Alright, let's go. Alrighty, so the show match has been scheduled. The players, they are in deep preparation. They are in deep preparation. The players in question, Kiluminati and HUSKSUPPE. We are watching their ladder games at this point in the left-hand corner. Playing as the cat, Ted's Cat Lapoka. It might be a lion, it might be a cat, but I like to call him the cat. Ted's Cat Lapoka is HUSKSUPPE. He's no longer got the golden statue. He said, I'm not a fan supporter anymore. Turning that statue off. Say no to the golden statues is the new movement. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Tsukiyomi, the OG abuser. Cold Brew D, thank you for the subscription, my friend. I appreciate you. It is Pegasus, and he is going to be playing some Tsukiyomi for us on this auspicious of occasions. So I'm really excited. Whenever Pegasus is playing this game, it makes my heart very warm because he's got a certain play style, which to play against as a top player, very, very frustrating to play against because it's just strong. Like, he's always going to be playing the things that he thinks are just really strong, but it's not even that. What Pegasus does is he finds like specific units that are, when controlled at an incredibly high level, become really, really powerful. That's what Pegasus does. Like, for example, in Legacy, he played Zeus, and he found that the Centaur with a huge amount of APM was one of the most powerful units in the game. He also found that the Bellerophon was one of the most powerful units in the game to like invest a ton of APM into, right? That was one thing that he did. And that sort of trend continued into Retold as he sort of branched out into a whole bunch of different gods. Just really, really powerful. So I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with his Tsukiyomi, what he's going to be looking to do here. Soup, on the other hand, I am even more excited to see what he's going to come up with Ted's Cat Lapoka. My own sort of opinions on this god is that he's very much a heroic age-based god. So getting to the heroic age, being a part of the heroic age and aiming for the heroic age is everything. I think that there's a really, really strong sort of strategy inside of Hui Coyotl. Is that right? Or is it Hue Coyotl? I don't know. I think there's a really, really strong strategy inside of that. There's also a really interesting idea inside of Melina. Malina. No, I'm not going to go with it. Let's go with Melina. There's another strong idea inside of Melina, but it's more of a classical age idea. So we'll see if that's what Soup is going to be going for in this game. Of course, he's going to be able to make spearmen. They're going to counter the Pegasus cavalry very, very, very nicely. He's also got himself the new moon god power. So there ends up being some really, really interesting strategies that start coming out of that god power. For example, dropping new moon onto a temple or something, or in the heroic age for a really big timing attack of butterflies. You can get those out sort of similar to the Tengu strategy, and those sorts of ideas. But nonetheless, we see double war huts down for Soup. He's also dropping himself the infested lair onto this position. New moon onto the watchtowers from Pegasus. He doesn't want anything to do with this. He's like, nope, I don't care. We'll just get watchtowers, and then you can try and attack me if you like, but like, it's not going to do anything. I don't need new moon for later. We're good to go. On the other side here, look at this from Soup. Soup says, you know what's good? Fully upgraded spearmen. So I'm going to just drop new moon immediately, and I'm going to get myself fully upgraded spearmen. He's got venomous. He's got the passive, which is going to slow down enemy units. His army is going to be really, really strong here. And Pegasus is going to have to be really careful. Of course, he does have the speed advantage with the Naginata Rider. So he doesn't have to ever really engage those spearmen. But things like this shrine getting taken down, and the fact that if you go full cavalry, you're never going to be able to fight your opponent, and things like that. That's going to be some issues there as the heroes coming in from Soup to try and keep his infested nest alive for as long as possible. Of course, he did put the infested nest very, very close to Pegasus's base. Very dangerous. Losing this is often what will happen. Of course, it does have a timer of, I think it's like I'm in 3 minutes or something like that. You get yourself about 12 scorpions if you can keep it alive for the entirety of that time. There you go. You can see how quick he kills off those units there because of one Naginata Rider as it tries to race through here. Now, of course, the tough part for Soup here is because he's going for Spearman. Of course, he's playing a Civ that doesn't have cavalry, but because he's going for Spearman, he does need to be concerned about his main base. Walling up this main base is going to be should be a priority for Soup inside of this strategy. Whether you wall it up with buildings or actual walls or whatever, has to be a priority. He sees those coming out. Of course, he could also build some spearmen and get them in to defend, but Pegasus, and this is the unit he's decided to find. He does get the villager kill. He's found the unit that's really good with Tsukiyomi, and that is the Nine-Tailed Kitsune. Invest a ton of APM into the Nine-Tailed Kitsune and get yourself a ton of value is the Pegasus idea for the classical age. Love to see it. If you guys have got the APM, you can go and enjoy that yourself. But I do like what Super's started off doing here. Of course, I'm not sure. There is an idea here, right? Of kind of not really an idea. I was going to say you could probably move out onto this position, drop lumber outpost here on this side, and then you can eat the rhinos with 5 villages, but that's kind of not worth it. So you might want to consider like a warrior priest and some spearmen sitting over here as the villager does get spotted onto this side, and Pegasus is going to be doing some of the old animation canceling, not able to stick that villager into the ground there just yet, as the scorpions spawning, they do end up dying, and the game will continue along. Yumi Archer, or Bushi I should say, plus Naginata Rider here for Pegasus is going to be a nice little thing for him. And Soup at the moment, he's doing something that I kind of get. I get what he's going for. He wants the rhinos, but it's impossible for him to gather these rhinos without just having to sit his entire army on them. Otherwise, he just loses the villagers there to Naginata Riders, right? So if he gets the town center, then he gets access to the rhinos. My only issue with this is this map is all forward gold. So playing for a very, very strong heroic age timing makes a lot of sense. And that's exactly what Pegasus has got access to. He's got himself actually doesn't really, because he doesn't have that new moon, but he's going to get up to it for a secondary cast. But basically the idea of like a Swampland plus Tengu sort of like new moon heroic age shogun sort of power spike is going to be really, really tough here for Soup to be defending against. But we'll see if he's going to be able to do it as those Naginata Riders coming back in. And I'm not loving the fact that these walls aren't up just yet. I want to give an idea for anyone who's playing with the Aztecs. Wall and wall, right? So long as you get one wall off that's at 21 gold, you can gate it. Then you can lock off the other side. And then your opponent, when they come in to raid your wood line, they have to break your wall down in order to get into there. If you don't want to wall off the entirety of your base. Of course, protecting these berries is nigh impossible for Soup in this one. Protecting these chickens is a little bit easier. Wall, house, and wall out, and then a wall over there. Pretty expensive to actually get it up, but of course, you just need to keep your villagers alive. You want to get the food anyways, and then you can jump onto the goats, then you go into farms, and you're in an okay spot. But yeah, playing against the Cav in this situation for the Aztecs, it's going to be difficult. But your spears are amazing. So that's a big plus. So if you can, I love this building placement here from Soup as well. This is exactly what you want to be sort of trying to do. As the army to come through here. Unfortunately for Soup, he doesn't actually have an answer to Yumi Archers just yet. Unless he wants to go into Coyote Warriors, which will probably be okay versus the Yumi Archers. I think I would rather see him just grab Watchtowers, because the Yumi Archers aren't going to be able to do a whole lot versus Watchtowers, and then just go Heroic Age. He's got the Hunt up the top, 500 food there. He's got the goats in the main base. Then he's going to have Starfall. That's going to be a huge amount of damage onto those archers, and then he can actually go into the more powerful Eagle Warriors to deal with them as an idea. But Pegasus is really trying to get damage done at the moment. In fact, I take it all back. Soup is just going to be able to win this fight as he chases those Yumi Archers away. They can't really do any sort of shoot and scoot here because 4.8 speed, 4.5 speed is way more than that 4.2 speed as those units are going to be dropping. And Well, there is a heroic edge coming through for Pegasus, but Soups is a little bit a ways away here. Also, Pegasus out in the middle of the map here as Soup does have an inkling that this is going on, sends the units over there. Scorpions, not the best versus villagers. They got a bit of a minus multiplier there. Pegasus very quick to react, going to be pulling back home into this position there as well. Those Yumi archers are going to be charging into the main base, and towers are in to send Soup packing. Soup will clean up a couple of units before bailing out of here though. And there he goes, takes some damage, gets out, no problems, and the game will continue as we do actually see Ivory Netska coming in for Pegasus. So the idea has to be Tengu. The plan here for Pegasus has to be Tengu. Now we'll see if Soup can deal with this. Now, Sitsa Middles are an amazing answer to Tengu because they stun the Tengu. So, yeah, Soup going up to that heroic age and going for Sitsa Middles makes a ton of sense here. We'll see which one he's going to go for. The other option is obviously going for a purge timing attack. Obsidian butterflies in your army as well. But yeah, purge timing attack. You can pick off all the units. You just got to then get yourself out the answer for the Tengus inside of the warrior priests and things like that. But nonetheless, aesthetic practices is going to be coming through, and Pegasus is going to be starting his Tengu raids as the Tengu moves around onto this side, and over here, this one's going to be coming through as well. He's doing a little bit of jumping action as well, and we are actually going to be seeing its Papawattle. So we're not seeing the idea I was suggesting. It's with the Tsitsa Middles to deal with any sort of Tengu shenanigans, but he will have the Obsidian Butterfly, which does make Pegasus very, very scared. Pegasus, on the other hand, to deal with those Obsidian Butterflies, now has to get his entire base walled up, as the villagers will get sniped down by the Tengu Master, and Soup is going to be charging after them. I'm not sure what the interaction between the Obsidian Butterfly and the Tengu Master is, however. I think that's an interesting little situation there as Soup bails out onto this spot. Lots and lots of damage here, and while this is going on, love this play from Pegasus. He just calmly moves onto the gold mine. All of the APM for Soup is going to be getting spent trying to deal with and limit the damage of this Tengu Master in his main base. Villagers need to get back to work as well. And this is just going to allow, even though Pegasus has got less stuff, it's going to allow him to get this gold mine no problems. Up onto the top side, villagers going down. Obsidian Butterfly going to be coming through. No upgrades coming in just yet from Soup. He's got plenty of favor here, or plenty of villagers to actually spend for favor at the moment as the villagers into the center of the map. They're going to be going down there as well. A dangerous move, to be sure. I don't actually even think he needs food at the moment. He just needs wood. If he takes all the villagers off, puts them onto the wood, he should be good, but I'm not sure exactly what his plan is. Obsidian Butterflies now going to be coming through as where are they hanging out? There's going to be two at 5 speed at the moment. As soon as that technology comes through, which it looks like it's being cancelled at the moment, you go up to 5.8 speed, and then Pegasus is going to be in for some trouble. Main base is open. The villagers here will die in one shot. The villagers over here will die in one shot. The villagers over here will die in one shot. There's so many points of weakness to the Obsidian Butterfly at the moment for Pegasus to deal with. As Soup charges in here, the only issue is without that upgrade, well, 5 speed really isn't that much. And the Tengu Masters come through. We all see the Purge getting dropped down onto the Tengu, actually. That'll pick off 3 Tengu and a Kitsune. Purge is one strong god power. I was thinking, wow, Soup's really going to have to come up with something to deal with these Tengu. Turns out you could just drop Purge on them and they all go down. I mean, to some degree, you can just drop Curse onto a bunch of Tengu and kill those off as well. I believe you can kill two Tengu-ish with a Curse, and I guess maybe it's 3 with Purge, because I would assume you can get out of that Purge more often than not, but in that situation, that's not what was happening. Nonetheless, the Naginata Riders looking to come in here as well. You just get survival equipment to survive. I don't think you survive it with survival equipment. I could be wrong. Don't think survival equipment is enough to survive the one hit. But even if you do survive the one hit, then it's just an auto attack away from them all dying. So yeah, it's you're gonna lose. You're gonna take damage. Much better to just invest in the walls than to just die to everything. But nonetheless, Pegasus now, he's got a pretty scary army. Soup here, he's going to be getting himself the heavy war hut soldiers, but he doesn't really have an answer. Kind of does. The spearmen, they're kind of an answer here. So long as they're attacking these Naginata riders, they're going to be doing a big amount of damage. There goes the Swampland as the army will be bailing into the Great Temple here to get back. He does manage to survive with the majority of his army, but look at the military resource difference at the moment. Pegasus is up double the amount of stuff. As the Mythic Age, however, is going to be coming through for Soup. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Going Mythic Age here, that's a lot of resources that he needs to defend, but maybe, just maybe, the Great Temple is going to be enough. And it's looking like that front line is melted. And once the front line is gone, what does Pegasus really have to use here? Onto the bottom side, the Obsidian Butterfly tried to hit the villagers. Not able to take it out. The Tengu was there. And... well, at the very least, there is a Mythic Age. Now, this comes with the Tunkeluch. Is this... I think this is Volcano. So he's going to be getting Volcano. He's going to be getting the Obsidian Shard. Unfortunately, while going to the Mythic Age, he lost some Myth units, so he did not get himself that Mythic Age Obsidian Shard. Of course, a Heroic Age Obsidian Shard is also really, really nice. You get yourself access to the Tochli. Unfortunately, that bug... I think it's a bug. I mean, the game data does say that it's supposed to be a 33% chance for each of the myth units, but that bug still exists. You only get one myth unit at the moment, but there's something good about knowing that it's going to be a Tochli that's going to be coming through. You can make some actual plans around that, but nonetheless, the Yumi Horse Archers for Pegasus, they're going to be pulling back, and Soup charges forward. A Tauntaun smashes in the front. I kind of like this idea because that's going to be tanking up the Yumi Horse Archers, but against a player like Pegasus, well, he's going to come in with the Tengu Masters. He's got himself the Yumi Horse Archers. The Volcano getting dropped in onto this position. I don't know about that one. That's not going to be as much damage. I think that Soup is thinking here. He already lost all of his units, basically. He drops that down up onto the top side. The Atochli going after the town center. Is the Tengu going to come through? Take that out. I think the town center is going to be surviving. And Soup's big fat power spike in this Mythic Age has not seemed to be enough. Now, behind all of this, one idea for Soup is to drop off a whole bunch of Kimichin spies into the Great Temple. That's currently the best use for, or the best sacrifice for your Great Temple units. You get yourself your 6 myth units for 15 of those guys. They train very, very quickly at, I think, 4 seconds a Kimichin spy. So something like, I don't know, a minute to get them all out, and then you're good to go. But Soup, for the moment, it's going to be Jaguar Rider, Takiwa Archer, Spearman as his unit of choice with a Tauntaun Smashes. On the flip side here, Orkney Nushi to come through for Pegasus. That means another usage of New Moon. If we take a quick look at his actual armory, he doesn't have any upgrades in, so that New Moon, you kind of want to drop it for full iron, but he doesn't have those upgrades in, so it's just going to be basically full bronze. You can try and get those in so you can at least get a little something. But more importantly, with Orkney Nushi comes the upgrade, what's it called? Divine Prefecture, which is going to mean that he can catch up on villages, which he desperately needs to do here in this game. Meanwhile, main base, Tengu Masters coming in. They can actually take down a town center really, really quickly here as well. And it comes to this point in the game where I think Soup is going to be kicking himself for not going for that, for those Titsa middles. These guys are 5.3 speed. The Titsa middles can move up to like 5.8 speed with their special. They can catch them. They can stun them. But nonetheless, he does get a whole bunch of units out over here. What does he get? A whole bunch of the Tunkeluchus, as well as the Atochlis. There's the Titsa middles here. Or at least one, and a very, very important soul guide. So if Soup can get himself to max pop here and then make a big fight happen, of course there will also be another Swampland, another Shogun. So it's not going to be as simple as you'd like, as Soup going to be converting into Tashipla over here, trying to catch the Tengu Master. Unfortunately, it's not really an answer, is it? unless he's sitting there garrison and pops out and catches the Tengu Masters, it's really not an answer unless he... We'll see. No, it's just not fast enough. Nonetheless, the Shogun comes through. We will be seeing New Moon coming through for Pegasus as he drops that onto the army. Also, the armory. So these Tunkalachus dropping that death mark down now. The death mark should be basically a 25% chance for the units to die. They do lose a lot of HP as well when they get death marked from memory. But there's not really enough units here from Soup. He's going to be dropping everything. And more importantly, going to be giving... I did take the town center up. But more importantly, giving a whole bunch of Bushido over to Pegasus on that fight. He's going to be pulling back. He's got the Eagle Warriors coming through. Technology is starting to come through as well. Obsidian napping on the way. And he does have the Ocelotl Warrior technology as well. It does also boost the Jaguar Riders. But this one here can also help boost your Ocelotl Warriors up to be very, very strong in this position. But we'll see what Soup is going to be able to come up with. Great Temple going to be coming through as the Daimyo making their way in. And Soup just does not have the units in at the moment to defend against what's coming for him. He can pull back double Great Temple on the back. Could be really strong. He can also get himself out. Maybe the superhero as well. 5 Warrior Priest just needs that one extra one. As there's Tengu are just going to sit back, wait, watch. Pegasus will be able to pull in and get some mad damage done. But Pegasus says, no, I don't need to win the game here just yet. Remember, does he have Divine Prefecture? He does. Divine Prefecture is in, so those villager numbers, it's just boom, 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 boom. They're coming in so quickly if he has the population for it. And Pegasus says, give me a little bit of damage down, and then I'll pull back and also grab a 3rd town center if he so chooses. He does have himself up a castle, so he can get some of those Onmyoji in to get some real damage done. Over onto this side, the Onmuraki, causing some annoyances for Soup. He does have that Great Temple up, so it gets at least a little bit of damage done onto the Onmuraki as the Wretches pop in here. They will be falling. Soup can go back to work. But while that's going on, Tengu Masters say, I see Villager on Gold Mine. Let me pull over here and at least cause some real issues for Soup at the moment. And what can Soup do? He's got himself Eagle Warrior, Spearman. Makes sense. His opponent is making Cavalry and Yumi Horse Archer. So the Eagle Warrior should be able to take out those Yumi Horse Archer, and the Spearman should be able to take out any sort of cavalry unit. There's also a handful of Spearmen in there, but still, the real big problem is, how does he deal with Tengu Master? Now, he's already picked, I would say, the wrong unit, the wrong god path here to deal with these. He doesn't have any of the answers for this unit. There's also a Mythic Age answer when you go through Tlaloc, which I don't think is available for... I don't think it's available for Tezcatlipoca, but nonetheless, he's going to be going for the fight here. As the Yumi Horse Archers getting targeted down, Eagle Warriors starting to get smacked up here. We do have the Tezcatlipoca Incarnate to come through. This guy should be a lot of help on this fight to try and take out the Tengu there, as he's going to start swiping away at them. But the rest of the army there of Soup does end up falling. One final Tengu Master remains, but there's no army for Soup. He does still have 100 villagers, though, so he can rebuild the army without too many issues. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. I still wonder if the idea of just getting some Obsidian Butterflies out in order to help deal with this Yumi Horse Archer mass wouldn't be too crazy. So if you get yourself 2 or 3 Obsidian Butterflies out with this upgrade, you can kind of pull in and then you can start dealing with this. The other one that I haven't seen anybody really building, or I don't even know if it's any decent, is to think about getting these techs. A little bit more HP for your Tajipla, a little bit more damage when the unit... I don't think this one's going to do anything. That technology seems a little underwhelming. The other one maybe to help out for some survivability in the fight. I don't know. But we'll see if Soup has got any other plans. Of course, Jaguar Riders actually make sense here as well. Of course, the Yumi Horse Archers do have 1.2x versus Cav, but it's not going to be enough to actually deal with those Jaguar Riders or not. But we'll see. We'll see what he can pull up in this game. He's got no market in just yet, but pumping units out. Going to get to full population if he can. as he does sacrifice a bunch of villagers. I like this play for an extra purge. Yes, the Mythic Age purge, or the purge when you hit, well, anytime you need to get another bit of a power spike in, sack a bunch of villagers, then you get that secondary cast of Purge, or potentially a secondary cast of Volcano, or something like that in the late game, mid-late game, early late game. Makes a lot of sense here. Of course, Soup is just getting himself upgrades. He's trying to get himself the Sean 1 upgrades, Omen of Death, Neck Marvel. I don't think he's going for that Purge, which might be a bit of a mistake here. Look at the resources for Pegasus at the moment, as another new moon does get dropped onto the castle. Imagine a purge onto this army here. He does have the resources for it now, as the army of Pegasus slowly starting to move in onto this position here. Can Soup take this out, hold this, and cause some issues? He's got to drop Purge on this fight. What is he waiting for? The army drops out. The villagers comes in. There goes the Purge, as the champion Yuumi Horse Archers make a bail for it. A couple of them do die on that backside. The champion Eagle Warriors will be able to deal with them very, very quickly if there's any sort of micro where that's concerned. But those Naginata Riders are tanking up there, and Pegasus pulling in with more Naginata Riders as he does manage to take out that army. And Soup does have to tap out, as Pegasus manages to walk away with a very nice victory. After all is said and done, Soup just could not quite work out this Japanese army. I really would have liked to see what this game would have looked like if this god was picked, if this unit was in the roster for Soup in this game. This guy is an amazing answer for any type of myth unit spammage for Tezcatlipoca. This guy. Of course, this guy is also an amazing answer, and this god power is an amazing answer as well for myth unit, as well as it's not available for Tezcatlipoca, but also this guy is an amazing answer for myth units too. So if your opponent is going into these strats and you'll find your warrior priests aren't cutting the mustard, which at the moment is probably the case, try one of those god paths. Try including one of those in your strategy so that you have an answer when it pops up. And I guarantee you'll at least have a shot at dealing with those units and winning the game. But nonetheless, if you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit that follow on the Twitch, from the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the show match. I should always listen to my heart. Thanks, JD. I'll do what I can. How's everyone going? What's been happening? Is Atlantean still the best Civ? Well, not Atlantean. Uranus has been the best god since launch. But, yeah. What's the best cast of New Moon for Tez? In terms of resources, it's probably the Kalpuli. But I really like Soup's usage here. I really did. I think this idea of getting a quick Omen of Malinalco and Sting of Yapan makes a lot of sense. Oh, not that one. Sorry. This one. The Trance and the Sting, plus the upgrade for his Warhut soldiers against Tsukiyomi. That made perfect sense. I really liked it. Maybe I would have dropped the Infestation forward to force New Moon onto the towers. That was fine too. I really liked the plan from Soup early game. I think if he went this god, I think this would have been a much easier game. Or, well, maybe he would have won. I don't know. Should you insta-Kalpuli? Ooh, that's an interesting shout. Maybe. What do you get on an insta-Kalpuli? I can just drop the Kalpuli and see. What do you get? You can get them all, right? No. You want to drop it. Yeah, you want to drop it in the second age. Because you want to get survival equipment. That one's the important one, right? These upgrades are fine, but if you don't get survival equipment, what's the point? So that might be a decent option as well if you go for if you go this way instead. If you go for this god path. Yeah, if you go for this god path, then maybe New Moon on the Kalpuli in the classical age could be a shout. Alternatively, just grab yourself plow, hand axe, and pickaxe and go heroic age for fast heroic age, and then New Moon on the Calpulli in the heroic age for a crazy amount of value. That's the best value for it. But yeah. Really hope we get more community pinups. We don't have any at the moment. Feels bad. All right, let's see if we can find another game to cast. I'm in a very casty mood today. Let's have a quick little look-see here. We could follow Kiluminati's game. We could watch another recorded game. Let's find some good recorded games, hey? I think that's probably the best usage of our time at the moment. Of course, we do have the show match later tonight, so we've got to keep ourselves fresh for that. Alrighty, what do we got? If I was a fantastic game, we got Keto versus Divine. I kind of want to watch that. You guys like a good Divine game, right? Especially Keto and Divine, two defensive players going at it. I think this one is going to be fun. I think you guys will enjoy this one. It looks like you'll enjoy it. I could be wrong, but it looks like you're going to enjoy it. So let's watch the one that it looks like you guys are going to enjoy. When's the show match? The show match is in exactly 2 hours and 15 minutes, I believe. Keto, you have a good one for me. Is it the one that I'm going to cast? It's right here. I saw a certain minor god getting picked, and I thought maybe we should watch it. Oh, this one's going to go out of sync, right? Or was this past the patch? And actually, I think it's even worse than it going out of sync. I think my game crashes. I'll take a look. Let me I'll just make sure it doesn't out of sync. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to get some water. I'll be right back, and then hopefully I'll watch this game. Oh, hang on. Let's not spoil it. Let's not spoil it. You guys don't need to be spoiled. I'm making sure it doesn't crash. Alrighty. I'm back. Did you miss me? I hope you missed me. Who's losing a lot in ranked? The whole thing about Age Mythology and about RTS games is that losing is a part of the process. And the quickest way, there's two things you need to get good at RTS. Okay, no, wait, before I go to that, the first thing you need to do to enjoy RTS is to accept that you're going to lose and play the game and enjoy it as it is, right? Be like, it's fine, I lost. This is just going to happen. It's good. Once you accept that, that's how you get your foot in the door, right? The next thing you need to do is really start to hate losing. And once you start hating losing, that's when you get really good at the game. Grab Sig, what's happening, my friend? All right, the game does work, so we're going to cast this one. What is this map? Cloud Forest. I have to sneeze. Alrighty. Let's go. This just in. One Keto, Severo Jones Bones, said that he played a good game. This has never happened before. It happens all the time, actually. He's one of my favorite players to watch and one of my least favorite players to play video games against. He is indeed spawning as the Tezcatlipoca player under his Uwu, Severo, Jones Bones, Malone alias. How many different names can one man have? I don't know. We can keep adding them. Maybe we just go Keto, Severo, Jones, Bones, Malone, Smith. I think that's going to be the next one. We have to add Smith into that. Alrighty. On the bottom side of the map, we've also got ourselves Kiluminati playing as Poseidon. And we are on the map Cloud Forest. Maybe at some point today, we'll talk about the old balance shenanigans. One thing that I have actively decided since I heard the news is that I'm probably going to only give my opinions on my YouTube channel, in my Twitch chat, on my YouTube and Twitch channel. I'm not going to... I don't think I want to get into like some heated... I got way too invested in the past. I don't think I want to get invested anymore. I'll give my opinions, and if anyone wants to listen to me, they can. I think that's the case. Or if I see that nobody is talking about something, maybe I'll bring it up. Like I brought up the traps. At the moment, I don't really know. I haven't seen anybody seriously get into traps. And of course, they're incredibly expensive. I don't really know what their value is at the moment. So... I was interested in what everyone else's experience with them are, but I think that the traps would be a really cool thing for the Aztecs to be consistently using, but it's not seeming like that's the case in these games. So I'm interested. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going to be happening. We do have Keto as Tezcatlipoca, and if there is a god that should be enjoying their traps, it is going to be Tezcatlipoca. He has a bonus damage type deal with him. Wonderbron, what's going on, my friend? AOM is too complex to remember to use traps. Sadly, people will use them only if it is imbalanced. That's an interesting thought. I think that with everything that's new, it takes time for people to figure out what the uses are. Of course, dropping traps on a gold mine is going to be great. If you're feeling like you're about to get hit by a timing attack, then dropping, and you say in this situation here, Keto, he's run out of his gold mine here. He's wandering over onto this position. He knows he's about to get attacked here. Why not just drop a whole bunch of traps here, let your opponent charge in with their Egyptian army, and then the traps pop and you win the fight. Like, that's the main use case. Or alternatively, get to this gold mine here before your opponent gets there, drops the traps there, then your opponent comes through, and then you fight on that position, you win the fight. So yeah. The traps are a tough one, for sure. Anyways, let's come up to this top side. We've got ourselves the system of Bast. This is food with gold. Cost minus 15%. Up onto this top side, we got Hummingbird's Beak, which is all actions. Damage bonus against infantry, plus 10%. That's such a wild relic. That relic is such a big relic. I feel like it. It's basically a free line upgrade for your infantry against infantry, obviously. Anyways, in the main base, we will see Infestation. I love this usage from Keto. I think this is your primo usage of Infestation. It guarantees you 12 Scorpion Men by 7 minutes. So you drop it essentially as soon as you get there. As you also see the Obsidian Shard coming in. That's going to be also dropping the lure here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the Calpulli with the livestock pen. Kind of a little bit of anti-synergy, so to speak, with that lure and livestock pen, because lure is a granary and the Calpulli is a Calpulli, another sort of granary. But anyways, it is what it is. So villagers popping out, gonna jump onto the chickens, doing their shenanigans here, and onto the other side here for Kiluminati. He's gonna be getting himself out the Atalanta. He's got 2 villagers, 3 villagers on the temple here, and I'm excited to see some centaur abuse here. Ladies and gentlemen, some centaur abuse. Keto has disrespected the centaur to the nth degree, by picking Melina here. He has access to Huawei, which is the best answer for the Poseidon Centaur and the Zeus Centaur. Getting that lullaby puts the Centaur to sleep. You run in with your warrior priests and you bash them, kill them before they can get away. I'm pretty sure like 5 or so warrior priests can one hit a Centaur, something like that. So if you lullaby, bang, 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 they're all dead, and then you kill off the rest of with your spear, or the hippies off with your spearmen, and you win the game. But there is a completely different option, which is it's Papalotl. This gives you the Titsamiddles. Wait, that's wrong. This gives you the Obsidian Butterfly. Obsidian Butterfly is another answer versus Mass Centaur as well. Obsidian Butterfly is an amazing answer versus Centaur because you have 5.8 speed Obsidian Butterflies. They can run in with their special and then they can just kill them all. Anyways, we'll see how it's going to go. Second Talent Center up for Kiluminati. A little bit on the slow side here for that second Talent Center, but he did put some pressure on. But I think that he's doing this as a reaction to the Watchtowers. But Keto is literally just going for the Watchtowers as part of his staple fast heroic play, which I love. I think this is a great idea. It forces your opponent, if they want to get into your base and do damage, to take some damage. You have some units in to play defense. You're not going to lose anything. We see a little cheeky house going up over here. Not going to be able to block the Atalanta out, but she will run through, take just a tiny little bit of damage, and get out of there. No problems. But Town Center up for Kiluminati. He's now going to start worrying about the Obsidian Butterflies. One of the best ways to play 2 TC versus 1 TC fast heroic is to get walling as soon as you possibly can. So as soon as this Town Center finishes, walk forward, get this walled off, get onto that gold mine, enjoy, be on this hunt, but with the wall there to run behind, or even a wall like this is perfectly valid as well from Kiluminati. Then you need a wall over here, you wall off this, and then onto the bottom you wall here, and then you're good to play versus any type of fast, heroic raiding strategy, of which Keto is going to be going for. Nonetheless, the market coming up for Keto on the backside. I like that he's been hiding what he's doing quite well for the moment here. If you take a look at Kiluminati's perspective, he's got no idea. He sees nothing in the main base. He goes, hang on, you're not on a second Talent Center. You don't have a market. You've literally just got towers up. So what are you going for? And of course, the answer is going to be either a random village center somewhere, which hasn't been scouted, or it's going to be a fast heroic. So either way, Kiluminati should be pretty happy with his town center. His walls are up, and he should be good to go here. I really like this play from Kiluminati. And the next step here for Kiluminati would be stone walls and heroic age. Why stone walls, heroic age? Well, it gives him even more time to sort of put up another wall if he needs to defend, if anything comes breaking through. But stone walls are just a very nice assistance on this sort of a defense. And you've already got the villager advantage. So why not just say, I'm going to make sure that I keep my villager advantage alive by investing more into that and villager advantage. That villager advantage's sustainability, right? No risk, just do it, enjoy, live the dream. As Keto says, time to get out of my base and get some damage done. But the Centaur, they're coming through. They're getting damage. Oh, a little bit of a miss micro there from Kiluminati. He drops one Centaur. Going to be pulling back behind the wooden gate. And the game will continue along. Up onto the top side here. The Makazotl will end up going down. And with Keto in the heroic age now, he's not going to care so much about dropping the Makazotl. Makuiz Coatl. Why? Because it's going to start contributing towards a heroic age obsidian shard, which is very, very, very good. Up onto the top side here, Kiluminati's wooden gate going to get knocked down. Over here, we've got the Centaur getting taken out. Up onto this top side, we do have some monkeys monkeying about, but they get dealt with as the wall will go back up. And Keto is desperately trying to find some damage here. He's even got that Tajipla out. That's a scary unit here for Kiluminati to deal with, but he's got no usage with it once the army is behind the walls. Because unlike an Anubite, unlike a Tengu, unlike a Bellerophon, the jumping from the Aztecs is... It needs a straight line to get there. They can't scale a building. They jump long, not high. A little bit different. Nonetheless, more walls coming up behind this. And you can definitely see how much different this would have been had potentially Kiluminati grabbed stone walls. Of course, he wouldn't be going up Dionysus just yet, but he would have been grabbing economy for longer, right? He wouldn't have to deal with all of this stuff. So it pays for itself. In other words, it pays for itself. Up onto the top side, villagers do get broken into as this wall does get taken out as well. As the obsidian butterfly going to be coming through. Does he have the upgrade? No, he doesn't, but still big damage there as the centaur coming through, not paying attention on this one. You can see those warrior priests. If you take your eyes off of the centaur for 1 second, you can end up dropping them all very, very, very suddenly. As Keto taking those out really helps with the fact that he's behind on villager count. Into the center of the map now. A great temple to come down. Villagers on the gold line. I've got to imagine that Keto's plan here, because he's not building anything, his plan here has to be some sort of a fast mythic. And that's exactly what's coming. Mixtlan Tekuitl. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not getting better, is it? I should just stop trying. But he's going straight for the mythic age. He does have himself a Jaguar in his main base, which is 125 food. Not nothing, but better to be in the center of the map grabbing this. He can pull off all these villagers to drop them over onto the tapir in the middle and go from that. And like, funnily enough, while Keto's going for this, he's still managing to apply some insane pressure onto Kiluminati. But nonetheless, Obsidian Shard over here. Got to be careful with this one. I think it will go down to the units for the time being. So no free armadillo on this occasion. But literally for the moment, all Keto is doing is pumping warrior priests. Wild. Mickey T. Just warrior priest is all you need apparently. Anyways. A little bit of, I guess he's still building the warrior priest, but a little bit of miss macro. He could probably just chuck the units onto food and get to that mythic age and then move them back onto gold, but he's taking his time. And that's going to give Kiluminati a little bit more time to just sort his life out. Fortress coming down for Kiluminati. The game plan from Poseidon here is very simple, and it's simple against every single civ. Greek is very well understood at this point, where you say, we are holding on for dear life most of the time. Sometimes there's the crazy attacks like Cyclops and Toxotes, but we are holding on for dear life until we get to the mythic age, until we get to our late game dream of just fully upgraded units, just enjoying how good they are in that late game. Anyways, over onto this side, the large scorpions checking things out. We do have our Tunkaluchu going to come through, as well as another obsidian butterfly. The unit's playing defense for the time being. War Hut's making a couple of spearmen out to try and deal with these heavy hippias for the time being. The villagers over here going to pull back away, dropping a little cheeky wall as we do have the purge coming down. Lots of these units do manage to get out of here, but he picks off a bunch of them with that purge, with this beautiful ghost building. Great usage from Keto. Meanwhile, Thracian horses to come through for Kiluminati. And we'll see where to next. You drop the volcano in here into the main base. You dropping it on top of a fortress. What's the real angle here? You also have to remember that at some point here, Keto needs to get some tangible damage done because Kiluminati is just going to be having more stuff than him. He's going to have more income than him. He's going to be in a better position than him. And He does drop another fortress. Love that plate, setting up on this gold mine. He can put a ton of buildings up to play defense for a little bit. Of course, the main thing that he's going to need is heroes, as I'm sure that's going to be a bit of an issue for him coming through momentarily as the warrior priests dive in onto this position, see some villagers going after them as the ceasefire does get dropped. And the game continues along as these warrior priests hanging out onto this spot. Do you drop it here? Oh! Okay, hear me out. Drop two of these watchman buckets here. And then Volcano the fortress. The villagers will try to run through the gates and hit the spike traps. There, we found it. We found the usage. Anyways, not going to happen just yet, as Volcano will indeed get dropped down onto this position. The villagers will start to bail away. Military buildings also going to go down for Kiluminati here as well. He does get some militias out for it, but the Volcano, it's just so much destruction. But he does manage to pull out no problems over onto this side position. Obsidian Butterfly Inn will get some big damage done with her special as well. And behind all of this, we are going to be seeing the Spearmen dropping into the Great Temple. Now, of course, this might have been before people started doing this. I've only been seeing it recently, but the Kimichin spies into that Great Temple as the best in-slot sacrifice. That's an option. Of course, you can make the Teshipla here as well. But after the Volcano, after the damage is done, after the fortress here has fallen, Kiluminati is still in the lead in terms of income. He doesn't have any gold in his main base, though. This gold mine is very, very important. That's the problem for Kiluminati. He needs to fight here. More fortresses going down onto this position to try and secure this gold mine, as the Atontan Smasher will come in to smash, but there's a couple of units in to defend, so it's going to be okay for him. And there's not really enough presence at the moment, as the Tezcat Lapoka incarnate is ready to be very scary here as he dives in. Now, he is a very, very strong unit, but he's not a unit to be spent by himself. This is going to be something that's similar to the Son of Osiris, it's similar to the Nidhogg, it's similar to the Ying Long, and it does go down to a bunch of militia there. So, in all of his power, majesty, and might, seems that a bunch of dudes holding pointy sticks with hats will be able to take him out. Nonetheless, the myth unit's now coming in. My favorite Mythic Age myth unit in the HUSKSUPPE is going to come in, and that's going to be some scariness for Kiluminati. But it looks like he's managed to defend for the time being, as the Ayatochlis will come through, will deny these walls for Kiluminati. And again, could you imagine how good of a position Kiluminati would be in here had he grabbed stone walls early on? Of course, I've got omniscience. I get to read the situation, I make that call, and it's very, very easy for me. And Kiluminati doesn't know what's going on, so he can't make that call. But now, maybe now he knows what's coming, he can start thinking, oh, maybe I do go for stone walls in this position. And I can do the same thing if I see this situation, you know? That's how you learn. That's how you get better. Nonetheless, more Spearmen coming out, and pure Hippias here for Kiluminati. I don't like this in the slightest for Kiluminati. Unless he's only going to send them around the map raiding and trying to pick off villagers and just ignore the Spearmen while he tries to get some back Hippaspists out to deal with this. I'm not liking the chances for him in this game. He is going to be going for these raids, but you do see some units in here already to defend. The Tequila Archers, not really the most sensible of units to be building either. I guess he wants them just in case the Hippaspists come through. But I wonder if the better shout is to just build, like, Tsitsa Middles and Eagle Warriors. I don't know. Tequila Archers make more sense, I guess, versus Hippaspist. But the main base of Kiluminati now getting ravaged, as the villager differential is going to start becoming much, much more straight down the line. Very, very close into the main base. That Hippolyta is not even able to take out two beefy Mythic Age myth units. And in fact, one of the I can't pronounce you units pops out. And also a Centaur getting mauled there. Hippias getting sent across the map all around here, looking for things to take out. But Kiluminati has got a fire to put out in his main base, and it's slowly starting to be dealt with. The Soul Guide getting chased down by Theseus here. Turning onto the HUSKSUPPE is going to be a perfectly reasonable way to play as well, but Keto is quick. He is very, very meaningful in his actions. Pulls that one away. Spearman going to try and poke down that. Theseus gets out with a couple of units, and the game will be continuing along. Militia popping out onto this spot here, as well as the Ayototchli deals with that. And the game is in a very, very spicy position now, guys. Over onto this side, Fortress attempting to come up for Kiluminati here. I like this move as well, because this gold mine is going to be important. 70 villages to 76 is still very, very close. Military differential now is very, very close as well. So you have to expect that this game has got a lot of legs left in it. And Kiluminati is still trying to follow the Greek blueprint to success. He wants a Mythic Age. If he gets a Hephaestus here, he's going to have a fantastic game ahead of him. Fortress is coming up onto this side as the Spearmen do spot that. We see some Hippias coming over here trying to deal with over onto that position there. But the villagers, they need to sort of have some help here. Villagers shanking down Spearmen sort of makes sense. They do have 72 HP after all is said and done there with all of the relics, technologies, and other shenanigans that they've got. But nonetheless, over onto this side, the Tashipla will end up getting slapped down. A couple of units coming over here to deal with those spearmen. If he gets the fortresses up and he deals with the Ayototchli, he should be okay to survive here for a little bit longer. But Keto now up to 3 town centers. His villager advantage is now very, very obvious. The only thing I'd like to see from Keto at the moment is potentially just building more myth units at this point. He's got all the resources in the bank with the favor. There's no real excuse to not be building them apart from he just thinks they're too strong. Meanwhile, we will see Soul Guides coming out. The other option, I wonder, I haven't thought about this at all. I wonder how the Snake goes as a Mythic Age sort of unit to be building as Tezcatlipoca. I've already thought about it, and I think building the laser turret, the laser boy, the Chanek Kue, is plenty valid for the Mythic Age, but maybe the Snake is there as well. That helps you get Soul Guides out in the actual fight, and they're an amazing unit to be helping with. There's another fortress coming down here for Kiluminati. He's getting himself boiling oil to try and survive. Villagers garrisoning away, but he's just not building the Hephaestus out that he needs. He needs Hephaestus. Spearmen are incredibly strong. Where are the Hephaestus? Hephaestus is coming through. Spearmen coming in to poke down the wooden walls. Over onto this side, we've got the Tashipla coming in, and that is that. Up onto the top side, Illuminati going to be preparing up his wall over there. As the game will continue along, Illuminati is somehow still alive in this game. He is really, really far behind on villages. Desperately trying to get the gold in to get himself to the Mythic Age. It's basically just Centaur to try and hold on as... I mean, Keto's best option right now is to just walk forward here and just smack a Great Temple right onto this position to knock off this gold mine from being able to get mined, and then rotate in onto this spot with a whole bunch of Autonton smashes to just break through the fortress and everything else. You can also get some Kiluminati, the Mythic Age Siege myth unit, at this stage as well. Unlike against Zeus, against Poseidon, it's kind of a fine unit to be building. Because, you know, Polyphemus you can kind of just run away from. The other heroes you can kind of just kill. He's got 150 favor at the moment, looking potentially for another purge, but there's just no units out. So what are you going to be doing that with? As Hephaestus now coming through for Kiluminati. as he is getting what he wants, but he's really sacrificing for it. He is really sacrificing for it. In fact, I mean, the entirety of the map at the moment is Keto's. He's up onto this side with the Great Temple. You can walk over here and potentially put another Great Temple and grab that gold mine. I'd love to see the, like I said, a Great Temple here. You could also maybe even throw up a watchtower down with a warrior priest on the front if he needs to. Those are some options there to boot as the militia going down. Another villager going down as those Hypaspists looking to play some defense. There's just so much stuff for Keto in this game. But the question is, can he actually convert and win the game outright after the dust settles, right? You got the town center on the back coming up for Keto. He's now getting himself chinampers, which is going to be an amazing boost to your food income. Villagers coming around here as well for the cow pulling onto this gold mine. Does make sense. There's another military academy coming in for Kiluminati. But the big thing for Kiluminati right now is because he's hitting Hephaestus, he's going to be able to get all of his armory upgrades, of which I imagine Keto is close to being fully upgraded. I still can't quite tell which upgrade is which. He's got tier 1 upgrades, it looks like. So going up to tier 2 here, Forge Olympus to come through. But the big problem, so to speak, for Keto is he's got Mass Spearmen. And Mass Spearmen will die to Mass Hypaspist. So there should be somewhat of a fight back here for Kiluminati. But if he doesn't have any gold, he can't really do a whole lot. If he has no gold, he can't really do a whole lot. As the Hypaspist will be pulling back for the time being. Units dying left, right, and center in here. All the villagers in the world for Kiluminati onto this temple because he can't get any gold income. He's trying to get his armory upgrades in, but just doesn't have the units. Has a little bit of a fight onto this backside. Double fortress to try and hold on here. But still down 2k military resources, but it's enough to force him back for the time being. The big question is here, if Kiluminati gets back onto this gold mine, is there anything that Keto can do to beat this army of Hypaspist? Jaguar Riders, starting to mix those in, makes sense. Shorn ones, Tequila Archers, Eagle Warriors, Myth Unit. It all sort of makes sense. Of course, you've also got a Purge as well, which seems very, 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 very good. As the village is trying to repair this fortress back up, it is slowly going down to the heavy Atontan smashes here. 3 Atontan smashes do manage to break that one down as the militia pop out to deal with everything. Full iron going to be coming through as well. As the Jaguar Rider. Those bad boys going down. And we'll see what Kiluminati can do here. Now these militia, funnily enough, they're an amazing unit now for him. They're heavy. They've got full iron. They're probably matching up against the spearmen perfectly fine. But population-wise, resource-wise, everything is looking up Keto Severo Jones's Bones' way here as another Obsidian Butterfly does end up coming through. We do have the Polyphemus to come in as a ceasefire now gets dropped. Kiluminati to try and hold on. More buildings to come down. He's got 2,700 gold in a dream here to try and just make something happen. I'd love to see maybe a sneaky market set up from Kiluminati over here and just starting that trade route already. Still got some gold over onto this side as well. But at the moment, what Kiluminati needs is time. He got 30 seconds of it, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Look at this army of Keto. He has 260 population. He's going up for a 5th town center in this game. His army is absolutely ridiculous in terms of power. And his armory upgrades are starting to come through. Ceremonial armor, tier 2 armor to come in. Stone walls coming through as well for Kiluminati. Up onto the top side, stone wall's going to be getting broken down to knock off of this gold mine. Pushing off this one, come over, push off this one. Kiluminati now does have 1,000 gold in the bank, however. So he can build some significant amount of units. I'd love to see Peltast in to deal with all of these archers, but I don't think Kiluminati even has an archery range down, so it's not really an option. Its Hyroi are a great option, though. They will absolutely brutalize that army, but is there any way you can deal with 185 population worth of military when you've only got like 120 pop max? Is there any way that he can actually break through this or not is the big question. Up onto the top, we are seeing the villagers attempting to sneak up here. Nothing there for him to grab at the moment. There's also a trade route started for Keto. Once you get to those really high numbers of population, 4 town center, 5 town center, it's very important to make sure you go up to 130, 140 population worth of villages, so that you can actually afford to repopulate your army. But in that position there, Kiluminati does tap out the 5 town center army of Keto. Too much Kiluminati to deal with in this one. A very, very entertaining game from Keto here. Kiluminati put up a good fight, but I just wish that he just said, you know what, let's just get some Hapaspist out. The stone walls earlier would have been a very, very interesting thing to see here, because I think he would have paid it off by the fact that he wouldn't have had to idle his villagers walking around as much and building more walls. And I think that he would have been on gold better. He would have been able to defend better. He would have got to the mythic age faster, and he probably would have been able to get out of this base and maybe even grab this town center. And then from there, who knows what happens in this game. But a very well played game from Keto. I love the strat. Lots of warrior priests into the mythic age, into an army of destruction. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you do, make sure you hit the follow. If you're new here, make sure you hit the follow. Subscribe on YouTube as well. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. It means you don't miss any streams. We do have a show match coming up later tonight. It's in about an hour and a half. So that's going to be some fun. And yeah, we're going to have the shortest of breaks before another cast. So if you guys want to chat, talk about anything, we can chat for the next 2 minutes or so while I search for another game. All right, Rangelicus. No, Rangelicus. Which civ would you say is the best / worst matchups versus the Aztecs? That's a hard one. I don't really know. I think a civ that surprisingly I think isn't very good versus the Aztecs is the Egyptians. Now I could be very wrong on this. Could be very wrong, but everything points to the Aztecs being pretty decent against the Egyptians. One civ, okay. I think one civ that's, no, I think there's a way through for the Atlanteans. I think there is. On paper, without any creative sort of play, I think the Atlanteans army is just not going to be able to beat the Aztecs army. Sean 1, Spearman, and Eagle Warrior seems very difficult to beat for the Atlanteans on paper, but I think there's some creative solutions inside of the Atlanteans myth unit roster that can help them out there. I think, yeah. People have been telling me that Norse are quite good versus Aztecs, but I don't know if I believe that just yet. I don't think there's any like super bad matchups for the Aztecs. Yeah, I don't think there is. What do you think is next for the game? Some people say Celts. I have no idea. I'm just excited. I'm excited for Age of Mythology. Yeah, I'm very excited for Age of Mythology. What balance changes would you be most excited for? I think the number one change I would want to see, it's not even about balance. It's just about fun. Like if you look at the actual win rates of this god, he's not super imbalanced. He's like not winning a crazy amount of games. He's at 51% overall. And when you get to 1500 plus, I mean, there's only a few amount of wins here. He's at 50%. It's not like he's imbalanced or anything. Like definitely wins games and loses games. I just really don't like this I really don't like this thing. This is just my opinion. I don't really care. But if this was to get changed, I'd be most excited about that. A different god bonus than god powers becoming cheaper would be very exciting for me. Why don't you suggest devs the Forgotten Deities? I don't really have... They're going to pick what they want to pick. They are going to pick what they're going to pick. Super happy for you that Athens land. Me too. Hope you can get there, Wonderbrawn. I'm really excited to meet everyone and all the other good stuff. Hopefully there's some more information to talk about in May. But it should be an amazing, amazing time. If you guys... Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see everyone. All right. I'm going to find another game to watch here, guys. Wait, has anyone said anything elsewhere? On the YouTubes, what's going on? Which beautiful map was that? Cloud Forest or something? Azerbaijan. From Azerbaijan. Wow, what's going on, my dude? All right. Boit hates Susanoo almost as much as he hates flying in it. I just don't enjoy playing. I enjoy playing around something tangible. Something like I enjoy playing around a god power max twice in a game. If you have a god power twice, I'm kind of happy. But yeah, no. Anyways. Just every single fight getting hit with a different god power. That's where I draw the line, I think. What was I doing? I was finding another game to cast. Oh, there's a whole bunch of other... I should have said this. I didn't really fully understand what was going on today. There's a whole bunch of other show matches after Kiluminati versus Soup. I will have to go to sleep. Motaba is going to be doing the next series as well. So we've actually got a pretty massive day of Age of Mythology games. If you guys want to stick around after the Soup Kiluminati series. Yeah, show match Sunday. I was going to cast this game. Do you guys mind if I cast this one? It's Divine versus Keto. And it was an interesting... Yeah, we're going to cast. I don't care what you guys say. We just watched a Keto game, but he plays a lot of good games, so we got to watch them. Coyote Warrior is the Huskar, yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another game, another you, another me. Everyone's favorite Greek. No, I can't call him a one trick anymore. He's not a one trick anymore. I was about to say one trick, but you know, he's not. He is currently ranked number 3 on the ladder. He has a 71.68% win rate with over 1,000 games played. An absolute menace. His name is Divine. He's going to be playing some Hades for us. And he is up against the one, the only, Keto, Severo, Jones, Bones, Malone, Smith. He's going to play some Kronos. Now, there is a reason I'm bringing this specific game to you. People have forgotten. A new DLC came out. There was a balance patch that happened not too long ago. And a certain god power got a little tweakeroony, a little bit of a nudge in the direction of going this way. Just a little bit, just a boop, 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 boop. What was that god power? You know, it was spiders are scary, man. It's a spider lair. And I'm excited to see Keto attempting to make use of that god power today. I'm very excited about this one. Divine, he's got an amazing second talent center over here. If Kido can deny this town center, of course, he's just going to win the game. But if he can't deny it, and Divine gets this one, all of a sudden, this game is going to become very, very interesting. So we'll see how it's going to go. Now, we already see the 3 villagers on the temple here to grab the Vaults of Erebus. Divine's build orders are always incredibly tight. Very, very solid. His aim is to generally just get himself that second town center in the best way he possibly can. He's trying to get himself that favor for Vaults of Erebus. I do not believe he's going to get to 15 here. He's going to have to rebuild the temple. Unfortunately, I mean, of course, he wants to rebuild the temple anyways, but it slows down the Vaults of Erebus ever so slightly, and there is the Leto. Leto is in. Leto is coming. And Leto is going to be a force to be reckoned with, as we do see the Oracle Hero converting in. Is there any relics on this map that are going to be making this even more potent? Tower of Cestus. Good to keep that one away from the Hades, because, well, while towers aren't the best, or Pierce isn't the best versus automatons, it's still bonus damage. You don't want your opponent to be having that against you. We've also got this one here that I cannot pronounce. All units plus 2.5%. This relic has got to be insane. Surely. I mean, 2.5%, it's not that much, but it's seriously, though, it's still 2.5. And that's more than 0. There you go. Math class. Math 101 with Boit. That's what we've got. We've also got Scales of Catopolis over here. Again, damage vulnerability to Pierce minus 15% makes those automatons even better at tanking archers and also buildings. And then Heavenly Jeweled Spear over on this side as well is going to be very nice. As Kido will drop himself down a military barracks, a counter barracks, and he's going to be thinking about putting some pressure on early. He didn't even go for a time shift on the temple. Just left that one back in his main base for the time being. But the automaton's spreading out. Where's the other one at? I know he's got 2. Well, there's one just hanging in his main base. Nonetheless, the Oracle will come over and grab this. Ehekaila Koko Cattle. Coco's cattle. Kettle. I don't know. That you can't at me about that one. Come on, you really can't. Look at it. You can't at me about that one's impossible. It's seriously. No way. It's not gonna happen. I can't say it. It's just, anyways, town center coming up for Divine. I'm not surprised here. It's such a good town center. And denying this is a pipe dream from Kido. But he's gonna be going for that. Anyways, easiest word ever. All right, yeah, fair enough. As the Terma will get smacked down, the blood pool remains. Kido donates the Terma away. Not the best of moves, but a move nonetheless. As the automaton into the main base, causing just a little bit of idle time before he will be leaving. Scout just checking things out, but he already kind of knows what's coming for him. He's seen the military barracks, the counter barracks, basically already by seeing a Murmillo and a Terma. As the Minotaur popping over onto this side. Haven't yet seen the... Oh, there he goes. Spider layer getting dropped down onto this position as the Ajax going to come in and at least try to poke something. Not able to do so. As we've also got the mana coming in, and Kido, he's going to be happily going for a second town center. You've got 2 options playing as Kronos here. Option number 1 is, instead of going for the town center, you drop yourself an extra 3, 4, 5, 9, 10. You get yourself 10 oracles. And then you just mass automatons up until you have the kill button available. And the kill button is an amount of automaton that no amount of Greek hero is going to be able to deal with. As the town center is coming up over here, and Kido has been spotted and is about to be in for just a little bit of a difficulty as his army does turn around. Hero Miller coming around onto this side. I'd love to see this happen with the time shift, but not gonna be going for that one just yet, as the villagers going to be diving in and out of the manor over here. More damage onto this Minotaur to come through, as he does come in with that headbutt onto the citizens, but the town center will get finished. Little bit of damage to come through, but in the end, no harm done. Minotaur not down just yet. About to be down. Minotaur down. Achilles moving away. Now, that's where we're at. So a nice 2 TC boom for both players. And in these positions now, the simplest thing to do is to just go Heroic Age if you are the Hades. The only issue is your food situation is all the way over here. And Keto, he should... I think if I was Keto in this position, I would consider building a handful of units and wandering forward to grab this hunt. Leaving this hunt at the back here for a little bit later. Just to keep it away from the divine economy. Enjoy it for myself. And then go Heroic Age just that little bit later. It'll get you just a little bit more advantage, whereas your opponent's going to have to go into those farms early, of which Divine's already done. And even if a Heroic Age comes in somewhat early for Divine here, it's going to be advantage for the Chronos in terms of hunt and all that other good stuff. Meanwhile, Keto searching around. We do have the Sentinels getting dropped down from Divine here. And of course, that's what Keto wanted all along. Sentinels in the main base rather than on top of a fortress. Now, deconstruction starts to be a real threat. I'd also love to see some sort of like spider lairs getting dropped and all that other good stuff. Some spider lair here. Of course, this gold mine is getting grabbed. You can run around. There we go. You can run around the side and start harassing this. You can harass this. He's looking to harass this gold mine, but there's nothing really there at the moment. As Aphrodite on the way. Now, basically, Keto's doing what I said to do, except he's not taking that forward hunt. So, unfortunately here, there is a little bit of a worry for Keto come the moment he moves for that hunt later, because Divine is going to have Curse. Divine is going to have Heroic Age units like the Paspist and Peltast, and Keto might get caught out with having some villagers here and not being able to defend that position. Whereas if he was on this position first, then he can pull back and come up to here and he can be good. He's deciding to go for Rhea instead of Hyperion, which, to be completely honest, I don't like this idea in the slightest from Keto. If he goes Hyperion, then he gets access to, what's it called? Heroic Renewal, the Hyperion technology, which basically gives your heroes more HP and regen, which is infinite extra resources to help pay off the cost of making your units into heroes. And then from there, you're going to be able to actually compete. I don't know if you can compete with Chronos in the late game, but you can actually compete in the late game versus the Hades army. Whereas with Rhea, you're going as all in as you possibly can in the Heroic Age, in the early Mythic Age to win. And if you don't win, basically if the Hades survives, you're probably going to end up losing the game. But we'll see what's going to be ending up to happen there as a fortress coming up over here. Keto does notice this. He has the spider lair down, and I wouldn't be surprised, as look at the macro from Divine, I wouldn't be surprised to see Divine just rushing Mythic Age through here. We've talked about it before, but the Greek game plan is pretty much the same in every single 2 town center sort of idea, is rush to that Mythic Age as safely as you possibly can, but as greedily as you possibly can, in order to find your late game advantage. As the Curse gets dropped down onto the backside there, we do have that Nemean line getting traded away. Unfortunately, no Temple getting time shift disrupted forward from Keto. I think if he had these bad boys in immediately here, he would be able to ram his way through the Divine Talent Center behind this as another spider layer getting dropped down onto this side. The idea for Keto has to be to try and get a gold staff on the third gold mine. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to actually manage to do that or not here. Maybe with some palace sort of shenanigans, getting maybe a wall in onto this side to lock that off, walling off onto this side as well to prevent all that from happening. Maybe, just maybe, you can get that set or that third gold mine, gold staff happening here. I'm sure Keto sees. Oh, he doesn't actually. He doesn't know that this gold mine's here. He has no idea. Now the behemoth are coming in. His army is coming in from behind here. Hephaestus is almost through as the Achilles will end up taking out one behemoth. The other behemoth still cooking here. As how many Terma do you want? He says, I want all of them. The other behemoth is going to be going down before the Town Center does. He didn't focus down those heroes. And this Town Center survives. And Keto is not able to actually get any tangible advantage with this push. Divine is well and truly in the driver's seat now with that Town Center staying alive. And what can Keto do now? Apart from sit back and wait, did he see the gold mine? He still doesn't see the gold mine. Of course, if you have the time to count, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gold mines, right? That's an odd number of large gold mines. If you see an odd number of large gold mines, it means you missed one. Age of Mythology always spawns a fair amount of gold mines. One for one player is one for the other one. So it's always going to be an even amount. And of course, Keto does have the gold mine back here, which means Divine has to have a back gold mine somewhere as well. So unfortunately, I think Keto just feels like he's got somewhat of a gold staff here, but he doesn't. And Hephaestus is in. And now Divine is going to go straight up to fully ironed up units. We do have the Helios pre-queued, but like I said, if you don't go Hyperion, it's a little bit more difficult to compete in the late game. If you go Hyperion Helios, then you do have a late game chance with the Atlanteans. As Perseus will come through, Hoplites, Peltas, all the other good stuff to come in. Got the spider eggs. That being said, I guess Rhea does have some angle here. Your Murmillos, Fanatics are going to be way stronger. As long as you can take out, with good control, the Hypaspist. And you can take out those Hypaspist with Arcus in the late game. Good control with that, then you can actually win the fights. As the Terma charging in, they're going to finally see this gold mine. Takes out a couple of villagers, and he now goes, oh crap, there's 2,600 gold remaining in that gold mine. I have royally screwed this position up. But the game, not quite yet won for Divine. He still has to make some really good movements. All the spider layers that have been spammed up onto this position, he's got to run over. He's got to deal with this. He's got to get onto this gold mine. So this is a nice position here for Keto to fight in. Of course, behind this as well, Divine has already got himself his golden apples. He's working towards another restoration. The army with full iron, full heavy, and a restoration is going to be an absolute menace of an army to deal with. And we'll see how it's all going to go as Keto says, nope, no Helios for me. I'm going Atlas. And I'm going to go for the most amount of win chance here I possibly can. It is implode, kill the entire army, and hold on this gold mine. That's all. That's the option he's got. That's the only option he's got. I think it is Helios. I think Helios can work here. But I think the Atlas option, considering the situation, I think this is his best bet. But Divine knows what's going on. He walks forward. He grabs this position. He's going to get this gold mine. He's going to secure this spot, put a fortress down, and then slowly start beating through Kido moving forward. Over onto this side, the Contarius dragging the units forward. He's got all of the spider legs. Like, let me get the value in. A couple more units getting eaten up here. He's got all the value. We've got a couple of military ghost buildings coming down to try and protect this position as Kido's just basically distracting here while he's waiting for his Atlas to come online. Divine, to be honest, he doesn't have any sort of intention of really doing anything just yet. Get a fortress up onto this spot, lock this position in. Village is going to be pulling away. Gontarius coming over here, looking for villagers to pick off. It's not really what he cares about. Charges in, but he's going to lose a bunch of stuff. More Murmillos to come through as his army now starts marching forward. Bronze weapons to come in. Armory situation is tier 2 almost completed for Kido and full iron in for Divine. The Divine army is absolutely terrifying. Now, I guess on top of this, the other thing that's a little bit worrying as the trader comes in, a little bit worrying for Kido is once he clicks implode, there's a restoration available, which might completely counteract that. As the implode does come down, units will be pulling away as those peltats. Can they get out of this implode? Not sure it's going to be possible. It's not. Lots and lots of units are going to be falling here, and Divine behind this, however, does get up the fortress, but there is going to be access to a deconstruction as more units here for Kido need to flood in. He needs to be preventing this gold mine from getting grabbed. This is everything for him. He's lost all of his Terma now, so he can replace those with some more premium units. Actually, he's still building the Terma. Some more premium units like the Heavy Murmillo, Arcus, Contarius, Destroyer, Fanatic. Those are the type of units he probably needs here. Terma, they're very useful versus the Toxotes, but Peltas, probably not the best bet there. If it's basically Hoplite Peltas, probably don't want to be building those Terma, but Divine does get himself up the fortress. He secures this gold mine, and now all of the sort of advantage, strength, and power that comes from what Kido's God Path has given him in this game, that's gone. And Kido hasn't managed to get himself a tangible advantage in this game. He's locked off the corners, which is somewhat tangible. He's got himself 10 oracles, which is going to be huge if he can stay alive for, I don't know, maybe like another 5 minutes. He might be able to have another implode, which can help him. But he hasn't got himself a 4th town center. He hasn't locked off the gold mines. In fact, Divine is on multiple different gold mines on the right-hand corner here. And he's just not up. He's not in front on technology either. So everything is pointing to Divine. Just has to play defense for a little bit longer. And he should be able to start pushing back here. It's the Arcus pushing through. We got that Perseus in. An amazing answer for myth units for sure. As the boiling oil coming in for Divine. Up onto this top side. Villagers getting smacked down as another spider leg gets dropped over here. And Kido is desperately like, please chase my army through all the spider legs. Nope. Okay. Meanwhile, attacking onto the right side. There's more units are going to be flooding in. We see champion archers to come through. Of which does make the Terma 17 range. You can see why I say they're very good versus Toxotes. Toxotes 15 range. Terma. Champion Terma 17 range with speed, can very, very easily snipe them. But the Peltas is at 22 range. So, who wins that fight? Definitely the Peltas. As the town center now going to come up for Divine, half the army for Kido off in no man's land as this favor is slowly trickling up. And I feel like he's saving up for that second implode. I feel like that's his plan here. Oh, never mind. I guess the plan is to steal a Gastrophotores to try to take out the town center and prevent that from going up. But restoration in for a second time, third time in this game will force Kido back again. And Kido will pull back to his palace. And he is in a world of pain now. Another town center to come through. Hoplite Gastrophotores on the way. Walls coming up onto this left side. For Kido. The only other sort of thing that Kido can do now. There's two things he can do. But the only thing that matters that he can do right now is lock off the corner, make sure this gold mine is his own, and ensure that he doesn't let Divine have a trade route. The other thing he can do is go for destroy raids, where all the units are over here. He builds 5 destroyers on this side, sends them into the main base, takes down towers, takes down town centers, causes a ruckus. As the army charges in onto this fight here, there's so many units here. The army for Divine is just looking like terrifying as the destroyers wander through. I wouldn't have minded them just sitting on top of the Peltas, but nonetheless, he's going after the town center. Fanatics will be beating up onto those hoplites for sure. Murmillos as well. Decent versus the Peltas. Those Terma, the only real use that he's got here is to take out the Gash for Taurus and Toxotes, but he does win that fight, and he pushes Divine back in this moment as buildings are going to be getting taken out, and all of a sudden it's looking good for Keto, as Keto needs to now wander in and get set up on this position. The only problem is Divine has got resources up the wazoo here. He's waiting on the next restoration. Now he has it. I'm sure he's just going to drop that one down, push back, and grab the town center. That is Divine's plan. That's how he plays. It's good. It's strong. And it's working for him. As the army of Keto, he's still got the production. He's still flooding in. He's still managing to hold, but he's not able to push back just yet here. Meanwhile, units are also flooding in from the top side here. Once the wall is in, the units will roam around the entirety of the map to come and support. But nonetheless, a town center for Divine, very necessary here. And like I said, town center gets started, restoration gets dropped down, and troubles will be afloat here for Keto if this town center gets back up. And there goes the restoration. A bit of a misclick from Keto onto those Terma, as they aren't going to be helping him out any longer. And Divine with the pacifist on the right type of units here. The town center is still going up. 9 seconds. Those ones are going to be going down. Again, there will be access to this implode in about 2-3 minutes, but I don't think you can hold out for it at the moment. Like I said, this gold mine here is so important. This one here as well. This one's going to be getting finished up soon, and Divine smartly moving villages forward now that he's resecured the town center, a fortress coming up onto the front. And it's a slow push, but it is a very, very devastating one. And conversely, in this game, the player who really should be getting gold control is now out of gold mines. He's pushed off of his final gold mine on this side. And Divine is in a very, very strong position. Palace is going down. There's so many here for Keto, but yeah, what do you do? He's waiting on his 50 favor, but no gold, no trade route. I mean, he does have the potential to start a trade route, but he didn't think that he was going to really run out of gold, or at least he was playing into the idea that if I run out of gold, I lose this game, so why bother? Let's just try and push forward and prevent Divine from doing it. But Divine is just going to slowly take down these buildings. We see the Signature of the Tides coming through from Divine as well to just stamp the economic lead down. And even if Implode comes through, look at the resources in the bank. That army is just going to get rebuilt out, and there's not going to be much for Keto any longer. Wait, did he cancel it? No, he didn't. Titan Gate in a bit of a funny spot, but dropping it over here nonetheless. As there goes that one, and still waiting on this favor to come through as the Murmillos are going to be on the way. We do have Masons as well, but a couple more seconds until Keto can actually get back onto his gold mine. At the very least, the implode will be a big help here as it does come down. And Divine smartly just going to stay on this one, try and get the damage done. As you can see, the army value for Keto does fall here while this is all going on. And now some citizens can move back onto the gold mine. A little bit more of a fight for Keto can happen, but you can already see Divine back up to 210 population. Even after that implode, he spams out all the pacifists, all the peltas, toxotes, and everything else. He'll pull back. He's going to be okay. And Keto says, yeah, nah, game is done. GG. Well played. Really well played here from Divine. Keto kind of got done by his own scouting, in a way, in this game. I think if he saw this gold mine early on, he would have been hitting it. He would have been raiding it, especially once that Sentinels was cast. This wasn't defended by Divine. He didn't have this under protection in the slides. He would have been attacking it. And maybe I think he would have gone Hyperion as well. The Behemoths would have probably worked if he time shifted the temple forward and hit that timing a little harder and focused the heroes down. Or at the very least, focused Achilles down. Focusing Ajax down doesn't do a huge amount because he trains so fast out of the town center. You kill him, he's just going to be back anyways. But taking out the Achilles, that's a nice move. And then the town center dies, and then maybe, just maybe, you find yourself an early win there. But even so, moving on into the game, not securing these forward positions with palaces, I think that was his undoing for Keto. He took the town center down, and then he couldn't lock it down with buildings. If he locked it down with buildings, I think he's in a good spot. But nonetheless, a well-played game here from Divine as he gets a dub against the great Keto. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you hit follow on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. Alrighty. We are about an hour away from the Kiluminati versus Super Fair. Boit is more like Oji-san. Are you trying to say that's I'm fine. I'm old now. I'm okay with being old. This is totally cool. Why are they having an affair? Well, it's the grudge match. I'm calling it the grudge match. Nobody told me to do that. I just thought that's a good idea. I should call it the grudge match. Let's see if we can find a Kavoth game. Has Kavoth been playing any Age Mythology recently? I want to watch a Kavoth game. He's in the chat, so if he has a game for me to check out, feel free to mention it. 3 days ago, we got Kavoth versus Punkstar. We got Kavoth versus Deceive. That's 5 days ago. I think it has to be this one, right? Because the other ones will go out of sync. The Kavothinator, unless he's been playing customs. Has he been a filthy custom player? No. No filthy customs. I watched you versus Punkstar, did I? I don't remember watching this one. Was I on 3 days ago? I don't even remember being on. Maybe I watched him stream it. Did I watch you stream it? Well, I don't hate customs. It's fine. Oh, you blood packed at his priest. I did watch this. Terrible usage. Very bad usage of the blood pact. I walk away from that rejoicing, so I don't have to deal with blood pact. All right. What about a Rusty Magic? Seeing he's in the thing, has Rusty Magic played any good games yet? Rusty McRust. Search. Super Rusty Magic. He dominated Avely. Love to see it. Where's the good games? He's too strong. Just lower the level a little bit, Magic, so you get a good game in. That's the secret. Here we go. This one will do. This one will be fun. I found one. Hopefully it doesn't go out of sync. Pegasus one was good. What's Pegasus? I feel like that might have been before the patch. Unless you played on custom. Oh, you did play some customs. The Blue Lagoon one? Fuck yeah. Let's build the magic ego up. We'll pick this one. Unfortunately, when I click on the customs, I see the results. But that's okay. This should be a fun one. All right. This is a tuber. This is a tuber. We got literally my two favorite scrim buddies. This goes back to this goes back to early days. Genesis, Red Bull Wololo. Okay, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, presenting in the left-hand corner of the map. I'm trying to lower the excitement because it's been, I don't know how many months since I've watched these two players playing at the highest level. I've got to say they're both super rusty here, even though Magic is the only one calling himself rusty. Both of these players are a shell of themselves, but a shell of themselves is still better than everyone else. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Whistler-Botchley, it is super rusty Magic. And in the, that is I Am Magic, for those of you who don't know. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as his tried and true Zeus, it is Pegasus. We are on the map Blue Lagoon. Everyone's favorite lagoon. It doesn't ever get any more better than this. This is the map that I think a lot of the legacy players kind of grew up on, so to speak. Well, once the Voobly patch came in, a lot of the legacy players grew up on this map. We played this one from like, I think 2015 to 2024. So like a good solid 9 years of this being basically everyone's favorite map. The reason it was so much fun is because it's open in the sense that it's like very raid heavy, but it's also got the cliffs and canyons, so you can put effort into walling it up and playing defense if you wanted to, as opposed to say like a Ghost Lake or a Savannah, which while they have trees and things like that, it's a little bit harder to get that defensive play. So it's one of the most well-rounded maps, so to speak. And then also the actual water as well becomes another bit of a terrain to play for. It just had it all. It just absolutely had it all. Look, I gotta set the scene here, guys. I gotta set the scene. If I don't, then there's no story. We've got a narrative we got to build. Whether or not the narrative is correct, it doesn't matter. You see how they do the news nowadays? Even if there's a semblance of truth there, it's still news, you know? You know, you gotta go for little anyways. I've got Hermes coming through from Pegasus, and for Magic, I imagine he's gonna be going for Patakatl here, would be my guess, but he might choose, sorry, Patakettle? I can't remember. I imagine he goes for the bunny rabbits and he goes for the berry bush, but he might surprise me. We'll see. But Hermes in from Pegasus very early on. He's going to be going for the early Heracles rush with Olympian parentage, and then probably start motoring in to a whole bunch of center. And this is going to be a very, very interesting kind of situation, as we do see the walls coming up from Magic. Love to see this. He could also think about investing into even more defense here. For example, a quick couple of houses out and a couple of houses out here, wall, and then of course the fast advance from Pegasus will do nothing, and the slow advance from Magic will also sort of just end up with him being somewhat equal, because the extra resources he gets from advancing later get invested in defenses, and then yeah. everyone's happy basically. But so far, not going to be going for that. He is going through Patakettle here. The other option, Melina, I think, for HUSKSUPPE, possibly. Not the best versus Greek, in my opinion. You don't really want to build those units versus... you don't really want to go that God versus Greeks, in my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. As the Pokages has started up and Pegasus doesn't want to commit to anything. The base is incredibly defensive here for Magic. And I guess he is very well aware of how great his position is, and he doesn't have to worry about it. As now the bunny rabbits, they're out, and they are looking menacingly as they, well, they're kind of cute. Wait, can I do this? Wait. That's not the button I was looking to click. Let me try this again. Professional observer, Twitch streamer, faster. There we go. The bunny rabbits are bunny rabbiting around. They're going to be searching for a little something as the villagers do make their way over here. So this is some insane game sense from Magic as he feels this is going on. His bunny rabbits do not spot the villagers though, as the warrior priest chasing down the Heracles and the Jason. It is indeed 6 warrior priests are better than, or 6 heroes better than 2 heroes. Math checks out as the bunny rabbits into the main base. They're going to start getting some nibbles off. Whether or not this is worth it to bolt, time will only tell here, as the villagers will simply just go into the town center. Of course, the rabbits do start working towards their veterancy here, but 2 centaur will be more than enough to shut those bunny rabbits down. As Magic, can he get a villager pick at the very least? Great micro from Pegasus. He pulls the wrong one away, but Pegasus doesn't lose a villager. No worries there. Onto this side, though. A couple of Hippias are out, and now Magic needs to pull back home. He sees the Hippias, and he's going for a town center here. Not going to drop Blood Pact to get the town center up faster, but nonetheless, still going to be a very, very quick town center. Look at this position. Back gold mine, back hunt, back forest. It doesn't get any better than that, and he's got the berry bush as well with agave bloom to eat if necessary, as all of the warrior priests are going to get healed back up from this one as well. Agave bloom is effectively a buffed up healing spring for all intents and purposes, but it has a limit to it, as the centaur are going to be charging into the main base. Villagers going to be pulling away, and on this position at the very least, somewhat of a decent fight for Magic, because he's got healing, but of course he's going to be losing his bloom, so both players are losing out here as the centaur are just poking villagers down into the main base, and Magic is back to working yet again. No problems where that's concerned. Yeah, so the agave bloom also gets more food as you advance, so you can go for like the heroic age and drop it, then you get 1500 food, or 1500 HP. I think it's 1500 HP back. That's kind of a lot. Anyways, more warrior priest to come through, and my guess here for Magic is his plan is just pure warrior priest into the heroic age. Now he could go for spearman here, as he's dropping another Calpullian to go into those palm trees. He could go for spearman here, but with Pegasus going for a second town center, and the way that the game sort of shapes up, unless it's kind of a completely open map and a 0 town center sort of game, you're probably not going to be seeing those spearmen and a whole bunch of Hippias like running around trying to just outplay each other all too often. Calpulli coming up. A little bit of a... Wait, can this be pre-queued? I guess it can. I didn't even realize. You just you can just right click on it. There you go. Pre-queue the wood Calpulli and you're good to go. Meanwhile, how sick is this guy's game? I must have scouted it with this guy. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, Magic, stop it. Stop having good game sense, but it's not. He's just got the scouting. As he does manage to snipe a centaur there, that's gonna feel good. I wonder if the Tenali is fixed for myth units. In the last patch, it was at 0.75 for whatever reason. In the actual game code, it's supposed to be 4 Tenali, or for the myth units, but it wasn't working in the last patch. I don't know if the recent one fixed that up or not. Does anyone in Twitch chat know if they checked it out? Or YouTube chat? Maybe we can check it after the game. Anyways. The Kimichin spy doing all of the spying shenanigans. Kind of love this. Is he actually? Okay. Now you're just going to lose the spy magic. The other option, which would be hilarious, the other option that would be hilarious is running in and dropping the, what's it called? The spike trap on the villagers. If your opponent doesn't notice it, it'll pop and do, I don't know, 20 damage to each of the villagers. So not really worth it, but it would be funny. Okay? It'd be funny. And that's really what we're after. As we do see it's Papalotl to come through for Magic. Not going to be going for the super Ayotochli sort of blood pact idea. You can blood pact the Obsidian Butterfly in a fight to get some crazy damage done with the initial special. It's not the most amazing thing after that special is done, so make sure you drop blood pact before the special is used. Anyways, Heroic Age is coming through. It is Dionysus for Pegasus. You got to be really, really careful here with unit comp against the Aztecs as Greek. If you go into Hippias too heavily, Spearmen will come through, and the Spearmen are an amazing counter to those Hippias. So you need to make sure you're ready to be building a Haspist for when those Spearmen come. Of course, the Hippias are going to be amazing versus units like the Eagle Warrior or the Tequiwa Archer, but yeah, those Spearmen are going to be really nice. On top of this, Pegasus already setting up with all these walls. Now, unfortunately for Pegasus, and unfortunately for Blue Lagoon, the Obsidian Butterfly, she doesn't care about your walls if there's a puddle of water there. She is, in fact, amphibious. She can fly across the water. So, yes. One scary unit here as the Blood Pact does get dropped down onto this side. Medium Hippias will all get blown up there. And Pegasus back to the drawing board in this game as the Hydra going down. Sad boy. And the Butterfly is off to the races here. Now, of course, the Butterfly is kind of, I would call her a little bit mid without the upgrade. Only 5 speed, spatial ability, pretty strong, but not anything to really write home about compared to some of the other abilities. There's one Butterfly that does get zapped, and Tlalcan is going to be coming in for, or Khan is going to be coming in for Magic very, very quickly here. Of course, Huitzilopochtli gets the refund on the Great Temple, so it does help with some faster mythics and things like that, as we do have a whole bunch of war huts coming down on the back here. And if we take a look, Magic has not really grabbed that many economic upgrades, so he's going to get full value out of that Tlalocues, or whatever it is, as a Blood Pact actually getting dropped onto a Warrior Priest here. Probably a little bit of an overkill. I still think that God Power is going to be amazing at any point in the game. One idea is actually to drop it onto a Villager when you hit the Mythic Age as well. They work very, very hard for those 30 seconds if you're in the Mythic Age and drop it on them. I can't remember what the boost is. It might be like 15x or 20x or something. It's pretty insane. But nonetheless, Spearmen now starting to come through. They don't have any upgrades. And there is a lot of damage here that Pegasus can actually get done, as the Tech Shippler will come through. Bronze onto this position as Pegasus is feeling like he needs to make something happen here. He's put in a lot of aggressive moves in onto this side here, but the Spearmen are in to play defense as one Hippias goes down. More Hippias going to be falling over onto this side. The Spearmen going after those other Hippias there as well. Up onto the top there. Pegasus searching for some other stuff. And what can actually end up happening here for Pegasus after all of this damage is done? He picks off a ton of villages. Fantastic. Tlalocan, Pillar of Tlalocan does come down. That's going to make life a little bit tricky for Pegasus on this side. The damage isn't really that much, but it's worth it to go and fight somewhere else, to be honest. It is worth it to go fight somewhere else as the big fat upgrade to come through. Forge of Olympus, but the economic variety coming in as those Hippias are just ravaging villages left, right, and center. This damage is so vitally important from Pegasus because Magic greeted incredibly hard to get to that Mythic Age. Up to the top side, Magic has been spotted here, and all of these villages should end up falling as he's desperately trying to get back to the main base. We see that HUSKSUPPE is going to be coming through to cause a little bit of a problem there. He doesn't actually continue chasing the villages. A bit of a blunder from Pegasus as he lets 35, well, not 35, but he lets 9 villagers get away with their lives there. Over onto this left side, still more Hippias to come through. Does Pegasus have the military academies down? Answer, not just yet. Which is a little bit worrying if you ask me, because even though Magic is behind here, he's about to get himself a gold stipend, big fat pile of gold from his technology. He's also going to be able to go into 6 myth units from his Great Temple and get his superhero myth unit out, hero out, excuse me, as well. And the big push from Magic's Mythic Age is still alive here as the HUSKSUPPE Incarnate does come through. That's going to scare Pegasus off a little bit. Now, one idea for Pegasus here is to actually go for Hera rather than the Plenty Vault, rather than Hephaestus here. That could be his idea because it's going to be able to take down all the Spearmen, which deal with his Hippias, as well as deal with this bad boy as well. It means he doesn't have to worry a huge amount about dealing with those Spearmen just yet, and then he can go into Hephaestus or Myrmidon later. As the Spearmen will be pulling ever so slightly back. We've got Wings of the South to come through for Magic. He's got a whole bunch of upgrades to still grab for his for unique upgrades to have for his Spearmen to become very, very powerful. As he has dropped into this, and there goes his Mythic Age tribute for myth units. That's a lot of butterflies there from Magic. Wow, we got arguably the best tribute you could ask for. 2 Soul Guides, 2 Obsidian Butterflies, and HUSKSUPPE and a Yatochli. That's everything you need for a really big push here. And Magic needs to make some sort of a push happen very, very shortly. As a 3rd town center up for Pegasus. Up to the top side, we do have that HUSKSUPPE Incarnate does come through here. Little bits of damage to come in from these units to distract as Magic is a bit busy elsewhere. Butterflies causing issues up onto that side. Of course, there is a bolt available. You can... Oh, can you bolt him? You can't. Wait. Huh? No, you can't bolt that guy. You can bolt one of those Obsidian Butterflies if you want, though. Wait, can't you? No, he's immune. No? He's not immune. I'm confused. Anyways, a bolt onto one of the Obsidian Butterflies as the Ayatochli does start breaking through that front flank. But these Hippias, they do not win versus those Spearmen. I cannot stress this enough. These Spearmen are not Egyptian Spearmen. Hippias can kind of fight versus Egyptian Spearmen. They can't. They don't win versus Egyptian Spearmen, but they can kind of fight versus them. You cannot fight versus Tlamani Spearmen with Hippias. You just simply can't. Which does bring me to an interesting idea. What if the Egyptian Spearmen were more like these Spearmen? Do you think that's a buff or a nerf? I don't actually know. Just a random thought. Random thoughts come into my mind. I like to hear your opinions. Let me know. As the Hera on the way now for Pegasus. And the town center is going to be getting torn down. Of course, I think the plan here is Lightning Storm to deal with Spearman, but Magic at the moment now, he is going to get such a big turnaround because there's no way to take these fights. At least not until a pretty nice, decent amount of a pacifist end up coming through here. Up onto the top side, villagers mining away at this gold mine. A little bit of a raid here is nice while the main base is under a lot of pressure. Always love the split ups there as the hero's going after the soul guide. He's got a lot of HP, 780. Does take a while to go down, but those heroes will be able to deal with that one as Pegasus getting himself that micro there, but the blood pack to come through. No Hera on that one. The Hera, oh, never mind, he cancels it. He does get denied. So no Hera to come through just yet for Pegasus as his pacifist will pop out and try and deal with those spearmen on the back there. And now Magic needs to be thinking about how he is going to deal with the pacifist. As the Atochli comes down onto the bottom side, will fall from the blood pact as the Hippias, they know they can't fight the spearmen. If you can't fight the spearmen, what do? Go find something you can fight. As Purge gets dropped down and all of those Hippias will be eating some dust as they die. Tenali left ungathered as a... Whoop, there is a warrior priest there. Magic! Bring the warrior priest over! Grab the Tenali! It's free favor! Wait. There he goes. Yes! Yes! Yeah, look. Yep. Perfect. Love it. Yum. Up to 50 favor. Beautiful. Great tumble coming up for Magic as well. Tequila Archers coming through. Tequila Archers to deal with the pacifist does make sense. Of course, the natural response now should be some Peltast from Pegasus as we start moving away from those cavalry compositions. And then you have to ask, what do you build to beat the Peltast? I guess the Jaguar Riders start becoming a very, very nice option for Magic moving forward here as well. But more importantly is a Lightning Storm to come should really help out Pegasus in this game. So do you see the Kinemetsons to come through? I haven't been seeing people build these bad boys. Not the best of ideas versus a Zeus with Bellerophon. Similar to why you wouldn't want to build a catapult, but even worse because this guy's a myth unit. As all the units diving inside of that great temple to keep themselves alive, villagers are going to be falling behind this as the Kinemetson do get zapped down. The great temple will be able to survive as a couple of those Tequila Archers do pop out. As I think Magic at the moment does have all of the upgrades you can possibly get for these bad boys. And they should be quite strong as another bolt onto that backside comes down. And the game continues along with some Peltasts now starting to come out. Pegasus with just the one Peltast is on one archer range is going to slow him down a little bit to deal with those champion Tequila Archers. I guess a Taunton Smashes to come in as well is another good option. Sort of similar to Arcus Destroyer. You can kind of go for Tequila Archer, Eagle Warrior, or Taunton Smasher to some degree. Meanwhile, we've got flint weapons. We've got feathered armor. I think that's the first upgrades. Is that? Yes. No? Yes. The first upgrades to come through for Magic as Pegasus moving up to the top side to rebuild his town center. More military units coming through for Pegasus as he's trying to figure this all out. Just does not have himself. Now he's got the archery ranges. Nice ceasefire there from Pegasus. So he does get this town center up, but doesn't mean he doesn't have a bronze, which I think is what he wants. But the extra 30 seconds gives him quite a bit here. I must say, the one thing I would like to see from Pegasus here is actually building Hydra at the moment. It's an amazing frontline unit. You've got the Bellerophon and a bunch of other units that can take out warrior priests. An amazing addition into this army to deal with those spearmen. You're going to get those heads in really, really quickly. As the Tequila archers taking down that front line really nicely. The Peltas going after the back line there is... That's going to mean Magic needs to pull back. He needs an answer for those Peltas as the Bellerophon dives forward. Is there enough stuff here? I'm not sure there is. Bellerophon dies quickly. But it looks like there is actually enough for Magic as he manages to push Pegasus back, even though I think Pegasus is way in front on the armory upgrades. Potentially actually mixing in Toxotes here as well isn't a terrible idea. Like half Peltas, half Toxotes if your opponent's going to be going for Spearmen, Tequila Archers, and maybe some Hoplites as well. Trying to figure out these unit compositions and what the right comp versus what unit comp is kind of very important at this stage of the Aztec sort of meta development, so to speak. I don't even know. Anyways, we've got the Jaguar Riders on the way for Magic as well. I think they have to be a good unit at all stages of the game. The fact of the matter is they're always going to be able to jump onto their target, which in this case is going to be the Peltast, as opposed to, say, building like Hippias versus the Peltast. The Hoplites are going to be able to block those 9 times out of 10. Jade weapons, ceremonial armor. Great Temple is about to be falling. As Magic up to the top to secure another gold mine. And Pegasus just putting up a whole bunch of random military buildings all over the place. And goes a Bellerophon for Pegasus. The Great Temple. Well, super rusty Magic under threat here. These are Zeus Hoplites, so they're doing all that bonus damage. 1.6x. Is the Bellerophon going to come in? A nice answer for those villagers. You can jump onto them, basically one-hit them with that jump, and then I think it's a 3-hit without it. Oh, a huge purge coming in from Magic onto those Peltast, and I think Pegasus needs to reevaluate. He's got to get out of here and redo this. Hoplites versus those Jaguar Riders will win in equal numbers, or not even numbers, but equal resource cost. But they do manage to win that fight there, and a big turnaround for Magic as he's desperately trying to pull this game back from the brink. But look at the resource diff. 5.8k to 7, 5.8k to 2.4k as Pegasus has to get himself back out this army. So the top Pegasus trying to get himself this fortress up. Looks like he is barely going to finish it. The villagers will dive into that fortress, but it will go down relatively quickly. There's more Jaguar Riders, more Peltas from Pegasus. Of course, he has to deal with all of those Tequila Archers first. He needs the Hoplites to deal with the Jaguar Riders, but if the Tequila Archers are there, then the Jaguar Riders are just going to be like, great. My Archers kill off your Hoplites, my Jaguar Riders kill off your Peltasts, and then we win the game. Meanwhile, heading into the late game, 4 Jars now going to come through as Magic's got himself 2 Great Temples. Effectively, you get this tech, and then you just start slamming down Great Temples everywhere. And once you get 15, you have plus 15 population. Which is kind of a big deal. It's now Pegasus coming in. He's going to take out this fortified talent center as Magic charges up here to deal with it. His units are moving so quickly as the stone walls behind this one coming up, and Pegasus says, yeah, let's pull back ever so slightly. We can fight behind this position as the walls here are so smart because it screws up the Jaguar Riders jump. They can't jump past this because the walls are there. They have to run around like every other normal unit. Really smart play from Pegasus. Is this going to be enough, though, is the question. I think the answer is no, as this Huitzilopochtli army just continues to beat the Zeus Mythic Age army. I'm not exactly sure, but it's like 7.4k military resources with all of those Jaguar Riders. They're so strong here. No, the Jaguar jump does not do AoE damage. It is simply, it does do damage. Very small amount. It might be a tiny amount of AoE. I don't think so. We can actually have a little watch if one wants to jump onto these bad boys at the back. Pretty sure it doesn't do AoE damage. Yeah, no, definitely not. If it is doing AoE damage, it's like tiny. It's like 1 damage maybe. But yeah, it does not do it. I don't think so. And I think the jump also doesn't do that much damage either. You're mostly just getting the damage from the actual stats that are on the unit. The jump is just there as more of a utility thing than anything else. As another ceasefire in. Prodromus to try and prevent the raids makes sense, but all these Tequila... Are there actually that many Tequila archers? There's 19. All the Tequila archers are going to take out the Prodromus relatively quickly as well, as the wall spammage coming up over here as well. Over onto the backside, villagers trying to shank down, but these are champion Jaguar riders. The Prodromus are in, and they should be able to deal with those Jaguar riders pretty quickly, but it's looking like Pegasus is just not going to be able to stay afloat in this game. Magic slowly taking out the town center. He's got his Kiluminati, and that'll take out the town center eventually. Pegasus has got enough resources in the bank for just archers. He can't make the hoplites or the Prodromus that he needs to defend himself. Villager numbers are falling down to 70 here. The queue is telling all the story as well, as Magic's got all the resources in the world, and Pegasus has nothing but a hope. He has got no hope, but he's got a dream. What can he do? Get another lightning storm off? I don't think so. Up onto the top here, the Kinemetsuen was dealt with. And again, I think that making a Tauntaun Smashes here is the better shout than making the Kinemetsuen versus Zeus. Maybe versus Hades. Maybe versus Poseidon, Kinemetsuen, but definitely not versus Zeus. This Pegasus is having some issues. There is a farm there. It's hard to run over the farm. He's on a treadmill. He's got to get that workout in. And that's the game. GG! That was a very fun game. Magic did an amazing job to pull this one back. A very, very good job to pull this one back. You can see here that this graph tells a million stories of damage, death, and destruction. But I think the story was mostly here in terms of just the Magic army was just able to keep on trading so well. And Pegasus just could not quite deal with it in those moments. I think if he moved away from the cav a little bit faster into like more of an infantry archer based comp, maybe it would have been a different story. But a well played game from both, as they are both rusty, but both getting into form. And it's going to be fun to watch them sort of I don't know if catch up is the right word. I think they kind of already get it. It's just shaking off that mechanical rust and maybe a couple of knowledge things that they have to sort of learn, and then they're going to be back in it, dominating everyone, living the dream. GG. No, you're getting lumped together. That's the story. The narrative is both Magic and Pegasus. Very rusty. That's the narrative we're running with. They're going to run with that forever. All right, so we've got about a half hour until this shenanigans starts. We got about a half hour to this show match starts. What do you want to do? We'll take a look and see what the ladder is doing at the moment. Oh, here we go. Everybody wants to see Demeter. Magic, how much about Demeter do you know? Streamer God Steelers Heroes. How much does Magic know about Demeter? Well, he's about to be introduced to it regardless. This is the god that was designed for divine, I believe. I need to fill out my water bottle, so I'll be right back. We're gonna chill on this game, have a chat while we wait for the Grudge match. It's fight night. Pay-per-view. No, it's not pay-per-view. I'll be right back. Whoosha. Punkstar pronouncing Persephone is chef's kiss. I like that. I'm gonna have a muesli bar while I get some energy in. Apologies for the old muesli bar eating, but we're watching Keto's Demeter. That's always fun. Boy, eating good. I just had a fantastic dinner. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Persephone needs a buff. This god needs a buff. I think that what happened? One, Persephone doesn't have a serviceable Mythic Age Myth unit, which sucks. So that needs to be fixed. Hagrid's got his work cut out for him, I'm not gonna lie. The Siren needs to be fixed. And actually made serviceable and a good Mythic Age Myth unit. And the God Power needs to be like X amount of units per town center that gets deleted. That's what it needs to be. X amount of units per town center. And then it needs to be boosted up higher. That's my take on that one. Nah, the Hammer Drive's my favorite unit now, Recon, just to spite you. You use the Wither God power. Love it. Wait, what did he wither? The berries? Keto the Abuser. Could you believe that? Make qualifiers in July. Look, to some degree, it's my choice. To another degree, it's a discussion to be had with Nilly, to be honest. I just want a timer here before Sephiroth gets plus 50 gold. I don't know, man. Recon, whatever's on the esports calendar is what I can talk about. So if the qualifiers are on the esports calendar, I can talk about it. I don't think they are, though. Satfat! Why did you ban me? I feel like we have to have a D&M, a deep and meaningful about this ban situation. Certainly, I've done a Demeter guide. The way that I play Demeter is very, very simple. I have a guide on it. Effectively, I play the most cancer Demeter you can think of. I put a village center down in my main base. And then if my opponent goes 2 TC, I go 3 TC. And then I'll walk over to my gold mine, wherever it is in the heroic age. And I'll slap my fortress down on it. And if I need to, I'll put Arcadian Meadow to ensure that it gets up. And then I play from there. And I build all the Hamadryads I possibly can. Alright. You know what I've decided? Seeing as Kiluminati's here. Hang on. Are you, yeah. All right, hold on. And we're back. You guys, was that okay? Happy birthday, Kiluminati. Happy birthday, my guy. I hope this year brings you happiness, joy, and all the other good stuff. Oh, and hold on 1 second. I got one more thing for you. Hold on. Here we go. We'll just do it like this. This is perfect. Hold on 1 second. Yep. That's from Uros. Sexy boy. Sexy birthday boy. Alrighty. Perfect. All right, now we're back to it, and the raiding cavalry are hitting the wait. I finished my muesli bar. Damn it! Thanks, man. My wife has a birthday today, and what? Really? What's your happy birthday to Mike Doc's wife? Anyone else having a birthday? Anyone else celebrating any divorces or funerals? No, shit, don't say that. Ah. Safat's getting married? Really? Congrats, man. Unban me from your Discord. Jerk. I like you. I wouldn't ban you, Safat. I like you. It's not my fault that you got you matched up against Tiob. That guy's a jerk. I'm not Tiob though. That's some other guy. Anyways, Keto here, he is in position. Look, he's got himself the Hammer Dryad. Look, the Hammer Dryad tech. This is it. This is the Hammer Dryad tech. You guys don't understand the Hammer Dryad? Let me explain it to you. All you want to do with the Hammer Dryad is not do anything with the Hammer Dryad. That's the secret to the Hammer Dryad. So you have it in your army. Feel free to move it forward with your army. But inside of the fight, you just ensure that it's not doing anything. It'll turn into a 150 pierce damage, 40 divine damage, 20 damage area. Bomb! That's what you want to do. Meanwhile, the communal half to come down, and Izumato is in trouble. Up. He comes through. Villagers, run into the tree. I love, like, how could you not love Demeter? Like, how could you not enjoy this? The devs were so right. This is the most fun thing ever. Just the big fat tree, being a tree. It's great. So we do have the Superstar. We do have the Superstar versus the Kiluminati. They are currently in their draft. So that's happening at the moment, and we will be moving into that momentarily. I'm very excited about this series. It should be a very fun one. I really hope this Hammer Dryad sees everything that it needs to see in this game. Oh, and he's going to get himself faded arrows, more peltas. This is crazy how far in front Keto is at the moment. What the hell? Nothing's even happened in this game, has it? I mean, we weren't really watching it, but... Alright. Guys, in the Twitch chat and in the YouTube chat. Who's going to win? Kiluminati or Soup? Punkstar or Darthnox? Jungoth or Ironhide? Some pretty spicy matchups today. I think the reason why Keto is in front is because he's got 2 talent centers versus 1 talent center, and he hasn't been touched at all. He's also got himself 3 Lakawan as well, which helps. Make a poll? No, we'll do the betting later. You guys have to start considering it already. Kill you, Punkstar, Ironhide. Okay, if that ends up happening, Satfat, you have to unban me. That's the compromise. And Keto is such an abuser. Look at how much he's abusing this god. 2 fortresses up already. He probably just needs to make another tree or 2, and he would be unstoppable. That being said, Izumato can kind of just win this game. Not even win this game, but be in a good spot with a good Nidhogg. To some degree. Can I speed this up? I want to go see the draft. What is this tech? Just wall in the hearth. Okay. Does he have the Lakawan tech? He does. He should walk forward and just get this talent center then. So the thing with Demeter is when you get the Pan's Pioneers tech, your talent centers are literally free. Well, not literally. They're a little bit, they cost a little bit of resources, but it's like 300 resources total, including the villager idle time it takes to build said talent center. Because you get 2 Lakawan for the talent center. Yeah, the Grudge match, they're currently drafting. We're about to... I'm just waiting for them to finish the draft. Dun 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 dun. Can we make Axe of Muspel a thing again? So that throwing axemen kill off the flying units? Yeah, I reckon that's a good idea. I think that every single civ should have a tech that basically just says, get this tech to delete flying unit from the game. I think that would be a great addition to the game. I haven't said it yet because I'm still shook about it. I'm still shook. I haven't said it yet, but the Aztecs don't have a flying unit. How good is that? I still don't believe it. They got 2 birds and neither of them fly. Living the dream. Dude, however Keto is playing this game, he is like absolutely min-maxed it to the nth degree. Why is the hammer dryer back here? Bring it forward. Go and dominate your opponent with the broken unit. I couldn't be more upset. Run to the other side. Arcadian Meadow. OP. Oh. Wait, can the Nidhogg... Can the Nidhogg shoot? Use the special. Yes! Yes! Burn! Okay, he missed. He missed. Dude, Arcadian Meadow is probably the most troll god power in the game. Right? Oh, King Midas got 50 gold. It's over. It's absolutely over for Izumato here. Oh, never mind. He's literally still hanging on this spot. Like, he's just like, nah, I don't care. Wait, did he get the tech? He got the tech! He's not building the Amazon archers. He's like, I don't want to waste resources. Let me just get the tech. Wild. Someone please tell me why Keto is doing this. Please just either just leave this. He's getting another town center. Okay, that's fair enough. Well, I don't think I've seen King Midas. He has a bow and arrow. I haven't seen King Midas's ranged attack before. That's the first time. He shoots a very, very long arrow, though. Holy damage. That Nidhogg should not be close to King Midas. Can I see one more shot? Leia. 18.6. And it's dead. Some of the villagers are dying though, that's nice. Okay. So I'm still confused as to exactly what Keto's doing. So here's the other thing about Demeter that's busted. You can go Toxotes, Peltast, and Amazon Archer, and go Heliopolis, and go Tree, and there's no unit comp that beats you. You went to Evo, Japan this weekend. Fighting games is great. Nice. I should do that. Next time I go, I should find like one of those gaming things and go. That'd be fun. I feel like it would be tough to get into them though. My partner really, really loves this like Japanese girls group. And she's been trying to go to the concert and buy a ticket for ages. And every time the tickets go on sale, she like can't get them or whatever. Rock giant! Turn to stone. I mean gold. It is a stone giant. Never mind. I've lost my mind. Is this draft done yet? Oh, they're in the middle of it. This is exciting stuff. What's the Amazon stats? They're very, very high. Very, very high. But you only have 10 of them. It's a 2 population, 10.6 plus, what is this? 1.6 divine. So you just count that as 2 damage. Or count that times 2. For a, somewhat. Anyways. Lightning Storm! I'm kind of surprised this game's still going on. Like, Izumato has got more fight in him than I do. Alrighty. It's time for... wait, it's now about to be time for in 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 10, 8, 5, 3. Kiluminati has not picked a god for his final pick. Don't ask me why, but that's the case. Hold on 1 second here. All right. And wait, why? Did I fuck it up? I don't think I did. Oh. They're both... Wait, where's the maps? There. Found the maps. Nope. They didn't do maps. Are they not doing maps? Okay. I'm confused. Oh, we gotta get rid of that then. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Someone help my brain. It's struggling here. Alright, and then I click this button. Dun, 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 dun. We have ourselves some gods. Oh. I have maps. I've been lied to. There are indeed maps. I love it when there's maps. Thank you, Motaba. Sorry, my friend. Alrighty. Yeah, we got it all. We have all of the shenanigans. One does not simply slow down the shenanigans. All right, our first map is Ghost Lake, and I imagine I need to do something like this. Wait, I've got an idea. I've got a very good idea. What if I do this? And I go here. And then, wait, is it already gone? Jeepers creepers, this is too fast. What's the, what gods did they pick? I want to know what gods they've picked. God, I love both these people. Can they both win? Maybe. Maybe. The one thing that's important... Yes, it is JJJ. Oh. As to... Yeah, so it's Huitzilopochtli for Kiluminati versus what god for soup? Did you say that in the thing? It's fine. I can just do this. We can just do this. This is fine. Now this, no, So the prize for this show match is $100,000. That's Hades, okay. Yeah. $100,000. The biggest show match ever, the biggest grudge match ever. It's never been bigger than this. The winner will go down in history as the most winningest Age of Mythology player ever, as Ton Hao Anomalia with the Prime. Thanks for the 3 months, my friend. You legend. All right. Are these guys off to the races? I think they might be. All right. Fantastic. All righty. Well, I should probably put a timer in here. Hey, I have one. I come prepared. Look at this. We got a timer. We got it all. It's all happening in today's in today's show. We've got Ghost Lake for our first one. So this is the Gerbots Jaguar Joust rules. Soup wanted to run it back because he got absolutely owned in the tournament, was feeling unfair, hard done by. And Kiluminati's like, look, I beat you 3-0 once. I can beat you 3-0 again. It's his birthday as well. So that means he's got luck on his side. He's got the audience on his side. He's got the fans on his side. Soup is the villain of today, without question. And he also picks the villainous god Hades. So that's how it goes. You want predictions? All right. I will do a cheeky little prediction here, if I can. Killer versus Soup. Killer and Soup. And I will give you guys a good solid 5 minutes to vote. No worries. Perfect. Love to see it. So we got about a minute to go. We have seen a little bit of this matchup before. We've seen Kiluminati be very good in this matchup. We've seen Soup be very good in this matchup. Very excited to see how this is going to go. Soup's also grabbed himself Kronos in his draft, so that's another power pick for him. A little bit later, it's a best of 5, I believe. I think I have this as best of 7, so I should change that. It is best of 5 only. So yes. Boit, I send 50 to winner. If you can message Kiluminati for me, I'll send today to winner. I don't know what that means, Satfat. This is a show match for 100,000 something Roonies. Alrighty. Into game number 1. Kiluminati versus HUSKSUPPE. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna get into this one right now. Let's go. How are we going? Did it work? No? Wait, can you hear me? Do we have sound? We have sound? I'm not going to lie. I've got all... Wait, this is also messing up. I've got all of the scenes, all the sources in there, and it was working beforehand. It just decided it didn't want to work today. So there's that. And that's fine. But that's what's going on. Alrighty. These guys also need a flipperoonie here as well. Fantastic. Alrighty. In the right... Actually, let's do this here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, it has come to my attention that two players have got a bone to pick. They've got issues with each other. Player number one, Kiluminati, in the top side of the map, currently has a record of 1-0, a dominating performance over Soup in his first outing. An absolutely dominating performance in his first outing. Hang on. There we go. Should be having game volume as well. I honestly, I don't know what's going on. Have you got game volume? Checking. 1, 2. How about now? Yes? Okay, good. All right. Sorry about that. Jesus. I was trying to introduce the players. All right, fine. Kiluminati. He has got a 1-0 record versus Soup, but it's not just a 1-0 record. It's a 3-0 inside of his 1-0 record. He's never lost to Soup in tournament. That's what that means, I think. In fact, you know what? Why not? Let's just do this because I can, and you'll be fine to see. Look at this. You can see we got the head-to-head stats here. So yeah, and yeah, that's right. They've never. Back to the game. They've Kiluminati has won every single time versus Soup. So Soup wants his revenge. He's playing Hades here. This is game number 1. It's a best of 5 for the Grudge match of the century. 100,000 smackaroonies on the line. Now, you guys can probably question the legitimacy of what a smackaroony is, but someone is walking away with 100,000 smackaroonies. Okay? Someone is. And that's fine. HUSKSUPPE now into the heroic age? No, he's in the classical age. If he was in the heroic age, I would start questioning the legitimacy of his heroic age. He is now going for a second talent. This is incredibly risky. The Kimichin spy is going to be making his way over here, and Soup also finding himself with some idle town center time as the warrior priest will make its way over here. This can't work. There is no way this works here for Soup. He is going to get blood pacted. He is going to lose villages. Life is going to be very tough. And he does say, all right, I will run away from it. He sacks one villager. That kind of makes sense. And he's going to bail into the watchtower or the sentry tower here. That's 2 villagers down for the blood pact as the Sensen Totochtin is coming through looking for some nibbles. And, well, let's just say that Soup is off to a very, very slow start. His talent center is denied. And we go to an ad break. Sorry, guys. For those of you who have subscribed, thank you. If you are not subscribed, then subscribe. But there is an ad break now. That's just how it is. Yeah, there makes no sense to go for a town center here. I would consider a village center in your main base as an idea, but town center, not sure. I think the idea from Soup is to wait. I thought the idea from Soup here was maybe at least get Blood Pact out, run, and then you can get to the heroic age or something like that. But man, this is very confusing stuff. Up onto the top side, Kiluminati says, time for a talent center for myself. And while I'm doing this, I will also get myself a Tejikpla to charge in here and get some real big damage done as Soup is about to get caught out on the town center again. Oof. This could not have gone any worse for the Superstar. He's forced to drop the restoration as the Tejikpla will simply just say, okay, goodbye. I will run away. More Warrior Priest's going to come in for even more damage here. And unironically, if there was the favor, it would be worth it for Kiluminati to simply Blood Pact once again as another Tejikpla coming through and Soup, well, is going to resign for game number 1 as Kiluminati does win that one. A very solid start here for Kiluminati on his birthday. He's got a bit of luck on his side, and part of that luck is Soup's brain not being as big as it would normally be. Let's go into the next one. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello. We're not gonna do the how do I put this? We're not gonna be doing the camera, so to speak. It's Elysium for our next one. So our first win there is for the Woods of Potchley in record fashion. And our next one is going to have to be Quetzalcoatl for Soup versus Gaia for Kiluminati. All right. So now that I've got time. Wait, do I have this all set up right? Yeah. Now that I've got time, we can take a look at this and you can see the win-loss rates here. Kiluminati's tournament results have not been the best in recent memory. He did very, very well in the JJJ, but he's only at a 38.5% win rate, whereas Super's got that 58.3% win rate. Generally, if you're over 50% win rate in tournament, it means you are very, very good at the game. So, yeah, we'll see how this next one's going to go. As I need to put a timer on. And see, this is why I didn't do this. All right, hold on. Okay. Beautiful. You guys are enjoying the Grudge match. It feels very grudgy. It really does feel grudgy. I feel like Soup is on a mission here to prevent Kiluminati from beating him 3-0. But that first game, that first game had some it had some energy to it. It had some guys. It's gonna get better. Where's Young Earth? Young Earth's not doing his job. Let me do it for him. I can't even see what's going on, and I'm doing it. Okay. So game 2 is Gaia versus Quetzalcoatl on the map Elysium. I need some water. Also, I should say, after this one, after this series, there is going to be 2 more series for today, 2 more casting games, or 2 more events, so to speak. I will be going to sleep because it's way past my bedtime already. But Motaba is going to be covering those. Is he streaming at the moment? Motaba? Don't think so. Anyways. Let's get into game number 2. Kiluminati. This This like spectator thing is so annoying. I want them to fix it, but it's just not a priority. And I know it's not, but it's so annoying. You have to like pause at the start. Anyways, let's get into game number 2. Alrighty, so off we go into game number 2. Kiluminati going to be feeling very, very good about himself, as he did manage to win that first game. In the right-hand corner, Kiluminati is going to be spawning in with Gaia. And in the left-hand corner, it's going to be Soup spawning in with Quetzalcoatl. So yes, another game, another you, another me. Another Soup. See if Soup can survive longer than 5 minutes in this next game. I should say, why is this a grudge match? Well, it's because Soup didn't manage to win any games against Kiluminati. Kiluminati did basically unpack, understand, and fully become one with the Aztecs. He's very quick at it. Very, very, very strong Aztec player right out of the gate. Soup seems to have struggled a little bit to sort of understand where the power points came in these Aztec gods. Normally, he doesn't like to copy other people, and he'll often sort of find his own way. But with the Aztecs, it didn't really seem to happen. He kind of was just floundering around. So we'll see if he's improved on this or not, as he is going straight into his Kalpuli lumber outpost. Following that up, he gets himself that livestock pen, and then he goes into the craft workshop. So he has all 3 Kalpuli. His economy should be stonking, but he is up against Gaia, who is the economic god of Atlanteans, and equally will be very, very strong economically. Tunison is in the chat saying, let's see if Kiluminati knows the Gaia tech. Now, here's the actual thing, Tunison. See, Tunison, he's a top player, but he's very new to the Aztecs as well. The actual thing is not if Kiluminati knows the Gaia tech, but if Soup knows the anti-Gaia tech. See? That and then there's also the anti-Gaia tech. So there's layers. There's layers to the tech. So if you've only gotten to level 1, don't worry. There's level 2, there's level 3, there's level 4 that you got to get to fully understand it. And we'll see if we need to start breaking it down or not, because I don't want to reveal my super secret hidden strats until they start getting revealed, obviously. Anyways, let's see how the game's going to go. I don't have any super strats here for the Quetzalcoatl, apart from play 1 town center on Elysium is going to be good. You can probably play a classical fight to some degree here if you're going to go for Huehue. If you go for Pataketl, I think getting to the heroic age is going to be your best bet. But we'll see how things are going to go, as the HUSKSUPPE warrior priest is now out. Going to be searching for relics, as the race is on, as the warrior priest and the oracle hero come in, and this oracle hero has never been more sad. It's his birthday today. His cake was literally right in front of his face, and Soup's warrior priest says, you can't even have the cake, let alone eat it. There's not going to be any cake for you. Go back to your main base and start crying to your overlord, Kiluminati, because I've got the cake and I'm going to eat it in my temple. Meanwhile, nobles start coming through for Soup. Gets another relic over here as well. It is the Black Lotus. That's really nice there as well. And on the bottom side here, Kiluminati is going to get himself the Kui drum. There's also this relic over here that could be grabbed, which is Blue Crystal Shard. Very, very nice there, as Kiluminati is getting his scouting in onto this side. He'll see that one and try and rush over to it, but the warrior priest for Soup, he is in hot pursuit and does have the speed advantage, as this Kiluminati oracle is, there's the race is on. Who will get there first? The race is absolutely, couldn't be any more on. 4.8 speed versus 4.2 speed with the head start. Here is the turtle and the hare and the, okay, no, it's very much this oracle has managed to get that, and the race is over, and Kiluminati does manage to get some cake for him to eat. I think, well, he will be able to eat it once he gets into the temple. So everyone's happy at the end of the day as the Murmillos will start to get built here. And we also see a little bit of the spicy shenanigans here from Soup. Soup loves the spice. He loves a little bit of food in his life. And he is also has the livestock pen moved onto the front as the Murmillos will start to come through here. Now, you have plenty of options here as the Aztec. My favorite option is to just not even worry about these guys and just get into your main base and play defense rather than even deal with the Atlantean classical fight. But we'll see what way Soup wants to go for it. Building out Ocelotl warriors is fine, but you do need to make sure that you're also getting yourself some archers, because the Murmillos do indeed beat out the Ocelotl warriors in terms of, well, in terms of kind of everything, I would assume. That was my thought, especially with the Carnivora getting dropped down over here as well, as those warrior priests will turn over onto that one. Basically, this is a must-win fight for Soup, and he does drop the Agave Bloom, and that will force Kiluminati out of there. So that is tech number 1 exhausted for HUSKSUPPE. This is tech number 1, the Agave Bloom. Allows you to get out onto your hunt, no problems. Of course, you could just sit in your main base and not even worry about it and eat the Agave Bloom, but in this case, you get to take some damage off your opponent, so it's kind of nice too. So why do the warrior priests suddenly become firebenders? It's because they've got the fire tech. They understand what fire is. Anyways, Ocelotl warrior is going to be charging in here as the Caladria on the back, healing everyone up. He's also on top of the Gaia Lush as little bits of micro come through from Kiluminati. He gets himself the medium upgrades mid-fight as the warrior priest's getting in underneath the Caladria, trying to shoot those fireballs in, but not able to do so. And it's looking like Soup is going to be absolutely dominating these fights. I couldn't have been any more wrong about it. I would never have considered building Ocelotl warriors versus Murmillos, but apparently I'm stupid and Soup is big brain, as now the bite of the shark is going to be coming through as well. That being said, Caraballister are always an option here for the Gaia if need be. So medium, like the Ocelotl warrior is 3 pop though. So this is the other thing that I think players in the Twitch chat, they're not quite considering. 1 Ocelotl warrior beats 1 medium Murmillo, but does 3 medium Murmillo beat 2 Ocelotl warrior? See? See? Anyways, over onto this side, the Imaging Spy will get dominated, and the game goes on. But the good thing for Kiluminati is he's perfectly fine to eat berries and chickens and hunt over here and play defense for a little bit longer. He's fallen a little bit behind the 8 ball and given over Tonali to Soup. And once Soup gets this technology, Okpatli infusions, life does get a little bit tricky for the Murmillo user. There's Kiluminati here. He's got to be careful. Those Ocelotl warriors, they don't do a huge amount of damage when they jump in. But once they start attacking, they do. They're going to pick off 2 medium Murmillo, 1 medium Murmillo, as Kiluminati will pull back into his main base. He's continuing to just pump out these bad boys. His town center actually not really building the villages for the moment. A little bit of idle time there. Not ideal. He's trying to get in and pick villages off. Good control from Soup to keep everything alive and well. There's the Caladria continue their healing ways. The citizens for Kiluminati decide to make the Great Migration into the center of the map. As, of course, Soup not going to want to move away from those Ocelotl warriors while Kiluminati continues to just barrel in medium Murmillos. At the moment, both players have got equal resource count for the Murmillos, which I think favors the Ocelotl warriors. If it's equal, I think it favors the Ocelotl warriors. If it's population at total, like if it's... Actually, maybe the population is equal too. How much do these guys cost? 70 and 60? What is that? 130? What are you guys? 85? No. I'm like nearly 100% sure the Murmillos win in equal population. Nearly. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'm pretty sure Murmillos win the population fight. Anyways, Okpakli Infusions is still pre-queued. We've got the next age to come through here for Soup, which will bring with it the Tsitsimiddles, as well as the Starfall. And Kiluminati is getting prepared for that preemptively by making the medium Murmillos into heroes. He's also already got himself his upgrade for them, so they're cheaper to turn into heroes. But the one thing here for Soup to realize is the next layer of the Aztec versus Gaia shenanigans is the Shawn one. He's got to get himself up a great temple and start making those Shawn ones, and he's going to have a fantastic time. As Soup says, let's take the fight here. But that's so many Murmillos. Armory situation for Kiluminati does have bronze or copper. I do believe as well, Soup's got all of his upgrades there, as well as the Caladriers are going to be doing a little bit of dancing there, dodging those fireballs ever so slightly. It's looking like the military resource value is actually favoring Soup, and Kiluminati there with the Starfall coming in. He's going to pull back, and Soup is looking like he's got such a crazy advantage there. His Tailwind does get dropped down. He's chasing the Murmillos away, and that is brutal for Kiluminati, as Soup is well and truly in the advantage. Citizens falling over here. We've also got the Sensen Huitsnahua to come through to make those Tsitsimiddles even stronger. And at this stage, what do you do when they come for you is the Kiluminati question that he needs to answer. Soup poses it. He's building counter barracks as he goes, maybe, just maybe, I should have got myself a car baluster out. Or 3. Anyways. The Murmillos will decide, you know what, let's go for a raid. If all the units come and attack me, I can go and attack you. As this mana will be coming up. Little cheeky walls over onto this other side, but as soon as the mana dies, the Ocelotl warriors dive in here. 2 citizens falling as the rest are going to be pulling out of here. Kiluminati does not like resigning, but sometimes you just got to do it. Up onto this side. Soup's wooden wall does go down. Village are going to be falling as these villagers are going to be pulling out of here. Up onto the top side. Soup here has to pull his own villagers. He's got to retreat with his Ocelotl warriors to get up here and deal with all those Murmillos. One villager down in the main base. Kiluminati is causing a lot of problems for Soup at the moment, but once he gets caught out, like these Jaguar, I keep calling him Jaguar because they've got Jaguars on the back of them. These Ocelotl warriors are just going to be able to chase them down with their little jumpy jumps, right? Nonetheless, onto this side as well, Citizens also getting caught out by the Tsitsamiddles as those Mermillo heroes coming through, and Soup can just simply run the Tsitsamiddles away from them. As the Ocelot Warriors coming in, they're going to try and take out these bad boys. A couple of Eagle Warriors are coming in as well for Soup here, just in case there starts being any type of Caraballister or any type of anything else. This Kiluminati has one Caraballister in. And 3 Ocelot Warriors seem to be too much for the big boy. I think that might be the game, as Soup can sit here, wail away at the town center. And as units pop out, the Ocelot Warriors will just deal with them, and more units are going to be coming through. And I guess Soup has got his revenge. I do not see Kiluminati winning this game. Soup has got his revenge. He's on the scoreboard. He is absolutely and unequivocally on the scoreboard now. And he can go down in history as a player who has beaten Kiluminati in an Age of Mythology game in tournament. However, the series continues. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, so it's going to be a bum on step. So we've got ourselves Elysium is the map that was just played on, as the guy did not win, but the Aztecs have been proving to be very, very strong. God Picker is going to be on the way momentarily, I hope. And Young Oath is going to be doing the predictions, right? Did he do it? Did he do it? He didn't do it. He's too slow. Kiluminati did not win. Soup won. All right. So what gods are they picking next? Or have they already picked the gods? Or am I crazy? Nope, they haven't picked the gods. Okay, well, we sit here and we just wait. Cost per pop is almost the same between Mermillos and Ocelot. HP per pop for Ocelot, just don't know anything about. All right, screw it. Let's go. Let's just do it. I don't care. These guys are taking their time. I'm gonna take my time. We can all learn together. You're like, why not? Why not do it together? So it's gonna be 3 Mermillo versus 2 Ocelot Warriors. Okay. I will show you it when it's ready. When it's good and ready. It was Quetzalcoatl versus Gaia. I'm going to give them those upgrades and those upgrades. All right. All right. Who wins? Let's see. I rest my case. All right, my case is rested. I don't need to rest it any longer. The editor could not be any more clear. I love the editor. I love it. What's the top 5 AOM player right now? Very tough to say. Very tough to say. I think anyone can win on any day, to be honest. We're going to be seeing a Odin versus Set affair. All right. You guys want to know my top 5? All right. So top 5, Mister is number 1. Number 2 is a sort of tie between Kavoth, Rapple, and Recon. And number 5 would be... Who's number 5? It's either Tunison or Moscow, right? And then you've also got Magic and Pegasus, who are probably better than Kavoth, Recon, and Rapple at full power. Actually, Recon at full power is probably better than Rapple and Kavoth. Actually, it's probably Mister, then at full power, in no order, no particular order, Recon, Magic, Pegasus, no particular order, and then it's Kavoth, Rapple, Mosca, and then Tunison. There you go. That's my take. That's my take. It's not my fault. I'm just telling you, I got my list. You guys have got your list. Prove me wrong. I want to be proved wrong. Get in there and dominate. You guys proved me wrong. It's not about, this is just opinion pieces here. Have you guys ever watched basketball? You know that guy who just knows nothing about basketball, but he like talks a lot of shit? What's his name? I can't remember. What's his name? What's his name? Come on, guys. No, can't remember. It's not Skip. Not Skip Bayless, the other guy. Stephen A. Smith. That's the guy. He's got no idea what he's talking about, right? But he's there and he says his opinion, and that's basically me at the moment. So there you go. Let's get into game number 3, which I didn't really talk about, but it's a set versus Odin matchup. Let's go. Alrighty, game number 3. We've gotten past the Aztecs portion of the show match. Now the real match begins. A match of wits, of intellect, and of brain power. 3 different ways to say exactly the same thing. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Odin, it is HUSKSUPPE. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, it is Kiluminati. On the map, Step. Step into the map, Step. All right, so Kiluminati is one of the highest rated set players on the ladder. Doesn't necessarily mean he's the best set player, but he's got arguably the most experience playing set out of probably anyone, I think, at the moment. He's got many games with set. On the flip side, Soup probably has the best anti-set I've ever seen with Odin. So we'll see if he's going to pull it up. He's going for what looks to be somewhat of a crazy build order. You can see he mines a very specific amount of gold. And then he pulls his villagers off of gold and puts dwarves over there. And then he builds another dwarf, and then he advances. The Madman. Relics, we've got Zhurang, 4 walls. We've got, in the middle of the map, we've got Bone Shards of Mictlan. Let's give some favor upon 2 favor for dead myth units. Holy moly. Imagine this relic with Leto. You've got... You buy an automaton for like 6 favor, you get 2 favor back. Crazy. I get +6 line of sight up the top there for the Pelt of Argus, and then finally on the bottom here got Cathara of Hollow for +10%. I'm very interested to see exactly what the plan is for Soup. He's not going for a crazy rush at the moment, which is a little strange. He's got the weirdest house I've ever seen built ever. Like this, to me, doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Can he at least build a wall from it? I think he can. So at least he's got that going for him. But wait, he's Soup is doing the Soup stuff. Kiluminati probably feels like he's getting rushed because he did the vision and he saw the temple going down really fast. And Soup says, no, you guessed wrong. I'm not going for the rush. I'm going for the early HUSKSUPPE for a crazy amount of early favor. And I'm going to advance really late. So there's two things. The hardest part about playing Soup is working out whether or not he is advancing at 3 minutes or he is advancing at 6 minutes. And in this one, it's going to be closer to that 6-minute mark. It's actually not that late, but look at this. He's already got himself out. 3 HUSKSUPPE. He's got all the relics on the map. Well, I think he's got all the relics. He's got one of them. I don't believe Kiluminati picked up a single relic. Nope, all the relics are grabbed. So, yep. Soup's got 3 relics in hand. No, he's got 2 relics in hand. Am I going crazy? Oh, there's one over here. There's one over here still. And Heimdall is on the way for Soup. So he's going to be ready to start working that out. But he is on step. And this is not an easy matchup to play the way that Soup is playing here. Oftentimes, the most important thing for Odin, for Norse against Egyptian, is to find some damage early on. The early on damage is really, really important. As Undermine will come through, knocks down one building. Can he get the other one down as well as Kiluminati's trying to empower this up? 2 seconds remaining, 1 second. He does finish that one there, and the Undermine will not be able to pick off those other 2 barracks there. And the Monument also survives with just a little bit of HP as Soup going to be making his way across the map. And what is coming from Kiluminati? You can see he's got no resources here. So this is a perfect opportunity to get some damage done. But the main base for Soup is about to get attacked by Anubites for some really big damage. Because the Townsend does not care. I mean, the Anubites do not care about the Townsend. The HUSKSUPPE are actually getting brought back home now as Soup has made a devastating decision to move those forward, and he is just in a world of pain now. Villagers going to be bouncing back and forth, trying to get themselves into good positions. The HUSKSUPPE now out to start smacking away. This low HP villager will get targeted down there as Plague of Serpents does get dropped. This is a good thing for Soup. 5 villagers, and you one-hit a snake, and you get, look at this favor just going absolutely berserk here. He gets so much favor from this. Of course, he loses out on a little bit of gather time, but in my opinion, this is really, really not worth it for Kiluminati. Really not worth it for Kiluminati. As the Axemen are going to be coming through, and of course, throwing Axemen are going to be necessary for Soup here. You could also just grab Watchtowers as well. You can get Safeguard. He's dropping a Longhouse out of his base, which is going to be a little bit of a pain point for him as the Einherry does blow that horn. Chaya charging in here as the Axemen going to turn around, but there's just so many HUSKSUPPE. He's going to be able to potentially take down one. He does, and then it will be a run. Get out of there. Axemen 4.5 speed, however. Throwing Axemen 4 speed. That's going to start getting smacked in the back here as the unit's going to run underneath the town center. Gets up the Longhouse here. The game will continue, but I think Kiluminati is through the worst of it. Soup with 52 favor is only really important if he actually spends the favor. So options of spending the favor could be Great Hunt in the main base for a little bit more food there. You could also go for, he's already got Riggs Dula. You could go for this one. He could get himself some Einherry out. Of course, the priests are going to be coming through, but it does make sense to go for the Einherry as well. We've got the Yalahorn coming in. There's plenty of gold in the main base for Soup to get those Einherry out. And then, on top of this, all he needs is a nice front line for those Axemen, of which the Einherry with having like 3 or 4 of them out at this point in the game, I think it's 14 favor or something, is a huge boost. A great front line for him to have. Yeah, he can great hunt the great hunt, and that would be something that he can do. But yeah, what do you get? You get 300 food for that great hunt as an idea. But I think just getting Einherjar out is a very, very nice way to go. He's also got chickens he can eat for even more favor. And he can eat the goats for some favor there as well to get even more Einherjar out. And of course, Kiluminati now smartly is going to start setting up all of these obelisks all over the place. And I really can't stress this enough, but the longer this goes on, the stronger this set army gets. Norse generally wants to take a fight right now. Right now is when Norse wants to take a fight, or even a minute earlier. The closer we get to 10 minutes, the worse this is going to be for Soup. If he takes a fight right now, it potentially wins the fight, right? But the more slingers that come in, the more this army gets into this like mismatch of spearman, axeman, slinger, the harder this all gets. As the micro from Soup, the garrison micro from Soup tries to come through, trying to chase down the Anubai. He gets a smack off to it. That is going to be snared. So little bits of damage to come through, but when the axemen come in, that's too much there, and Soup will have to bail back out. Now, on top of this, Soup does have a lot of resources in the bank. The Einherjar now getting built. The plan could be to throw up some watchtowers here. He's got watchtowers in his main base. Great Hall's getting dropped down for potentially some raiding cavalry frontline ideas. He's got to deal with the slingers somehow, but to be honest, I think if he controls it well, Ursa might be enough to break through the slingers with the Einherjar, maybe. Nonetheless, Soup pulls back. Watchtowers onto the bottom side as another Great Hall coming down. And I like this from Soup. Really nice distraction action here. And it's just outside the obelisk range as the walls are going to be coming down slowly. Little bits of damage from Kiluminati's slingers there as Soup is forced back into his main base. The wall's coming up. This has been spotted. This tower over here is on the way. He needs walls plus towers though, as all the Hursts are going to dive into this one watchtower to get a little bit of actual damage in. He has to take a fight now, forced into it. There's too many Hursts there as the Einherjar will start blowing their horns to get in onto this position, and Kiluminati will be popping back out. The Hursts can dive onto those slingers though. He's got to drop them out of the tower and get working here. But Kiluminati is just taking down unit after unit. The military difference is absolutely gigantic as the shoot and scoot attempting to be happening here. Just leaving that amount of Hurster here to not fight has been brutal. It's now the slingers are on top of the throwing axemen, and the army for Soup is falling. He's going to attempt to get this tower up as well. But again, at this point now, it's not even going to matter because there's just so many units. But while this is going on, Soup does manage to get a gold mine up on this side. So that's nice. Little bits of survivability for just the tiniest little bit of time here. The tiniest little bit of time. But these watchtowers will be going down quickly after all is said and done. And Soup is going to try and rotate up to the top of the map now with his own watchtowers there. He's got Hunt. Villagers over here are going to pull back. And the kind of ring around a Rosie-esque Norse struggle to survive begins. Nonetheless. Soup moving up onto this position and got the double watchtowers through. Slinger's doing slinger damage. HUSKSUPPE raiding cavalry coming up to the top. And the units are in place, so these thrown axemen and the watchtowers should be enough to hold on to this position, and Soup will be able to actually build somewhat of an army here. But the thing is, Kiluminati doesn't need to win the game now. He can pull back, he can go Heroic Age, he can then drop a Migdal, he can go Mythic Age, and then he can click Tornado and make Soup's life very, very tough here. But the positive for Soup is he is in front on villagers ever so slightly, which will allow him to catch up on military count and all the other good stuff. In fact, he's going for a town center behind this. This is kind of wild. Is there enough here? Is there enough oomph for Soup to actually manage to make this a thing? This is very, very greedy, but I feel like Soup thinks he needs to do this in order to have a chance in this game. He pulls off everyone except for that one thrown axeman because he knows he needs to be in here to defend, but the towers have scared Kiluminati off. Both of these towers doing about 16 pierce damage per second. When you think about it, the throwing axeman deals like 12 or 13 damage per second to like infantry units or whatever. So these guys are basically worth 6 population, I guess. Or sorry, 4 population each. No, 3 population each. Maybe 4 population each worth of actual damage, DPS. Of course, they survive for ages, so it's a different story. Town center is up for Kiluminati as well, so there's not... I mean, the advantage is the fact that Rigged Stooler is in. So Rigged Stooler boosts the villager train time and things like that. So the villager differential is going to go further and further in the advantage for Soup here as the Anubites diving in, running back. We do see raiding cavalry over here getting sent packing, and Soup is obviously going to be doing Soup things on top of the deer in the middle of the map. Got to be careful where that's concerned. Can't defend it. Losing villages isn't an option. Maybe just building farms or something could be something you could consider doing. But now 165 pop of 190. But it's 177 pop. Plus there is access to a undermine. And potentially there is an army win here. A fight win here for Soup to really turn this game on its head as the army charges forward here. The Ironry all blowing their horn in one swift movement is not how you want to use those Ironry, one after the other. This one does manage to keep its horn there as the units are going to be coming through. There goes the Heroic Age as an Ancestors will come through. There's only 2 HUSKSUPPE here. He's got to pull those back onto this backline, but he's ravaging this backline of units. Does he have enough stuff? The answer seems to be a resounding no, as the minions taking everything out, the Scorpion men taking everything out there as well. Great control from Kiluminati up onto the back there as Soup will pull back into his main base. He's now dropped down to 2.4k military resource value. He's stuck in the Classical Age versus Heroic Age Kiluminati, and life is very, very tricky moving forward. The Myth units are out. A couple of HUSKSUPPE come in to try and deal with these bad boys, but Myth units are going to be a problem. Kiluminati knows he doesn't need to rush this one. He can drop a 3rd town center if he wants to. Over on the bottom, he's got all the hunt in the world. He's got siege towers to come through and erase these watchtowers and break through this position and be in a good spot. We'll see what he can manage to do. And there's still that villager advantage for Soup though, but when you're behind on military resource count and tech, it doesn't really end up mattering that much. Your income slightly in front. One option here from Soup could be to go, because there's no axeman here, could be to go for a massive villager Ragnarok here. He's got access to the undermine. The gold mines are all out in the middle, and mass winning a fight here with, say, 190 pop of unit, even if you drop down to 40 villages or 30 villages, right? If you beat the army, rush through and kill off all the gold, you just win the game. So there is that angle for Soup, but clicking that button is very risky. Of course, not clicking the button is probably equally risky. Like, trying to catch up here is tough. That being said, he can rotate down to the bottom on this gold mine here, even though all these units are pushing through over here. He's also got the gold mine in the middle that he can go onto. He's getting up through Skadi soon. We got that Horus pre-queued. There is still no Migdol stronghold down for Kiluminati just yet. And we'll see if Soup can make something happen here. It's the Anubites diving forward. Raiding cavalry swinging around up onto the top side, looking to take out the laborers. It's the raiding cavalry will charge in here. It's not really all the units in for Soup, though. Like, he's got half of his units over here. Half of his, well, those are villagers, but he needs more stuff on this side. Potentially a frost or something. He's got equal military difference. There's still no Migdol up for Kiluminati. I know he's thinking about the Mythic Age. He's got the resources for it, but no Migdol means no Mythic Age. This is a nice assistance for Soup to stay alive for a little bit longer in this game. It's the frost onto the villagers onto the back here. Kind of brutal. There's a lot of lost resources there for the frost. As now the army to charge forward. He does have himself the Huskal to come out of the hill fort. No axemen on this side, so those berserks are going to be doing some huge damage. Heavy infantry and heavy cavalry yet to come through. Now it's on the way. I'd love to see a portable ram or three to come in and try and take out the town center, but Soup is fighting his way back into this game in a big way as Kiluminati pulls all the way back into the main base. How many units? He's got 20 spearmen locked off over there, and this damage that Soup is doing is absolutely gigantic. He does realize he's got to pull back for the time being, though. As the frost now finishes, he can at least turn and get a little bit more damage done. Onto this bottom side, we do have the villagers trying to grab this gold mine, but the berserks getting converted. Make a whole bunch of them. It's not a problem. Sure, you take those villagers out. Any little bit of damage here is huge for Soup as he's making more throwing axemen, more Huskal coming in. If there was a game to watch, it is without a doubt this one at the moment. Soup missteps ever so slightly forward here. Still a very difficult game to play. He's going to pull back to the hill forts, and Kiluminati says, all right, no, we won't charge in there just yet. I've got a couple of siege towers, but I won't charge in there just yet. Units can charge over here and try and deal with the villagers that are on this food situation. As the berserks, they've got speed, 5.3 speed. They can go into the main base, get those raids in there, and keep going as buildings are going to be falling. Siege towers getting taken out. Villagers pulled off of this gold mine up onto the top. We do have the Raven checking things out, making sure that Kiluminati's not up to no good there. We take a quick look at the military infrastructure for Soup. He's got a lot of Great Hall. He's got longhouses, but he doesn't have enough longhouses for the throwing axemen. That's what he really needs. Taking this fight right now is not really what he wants to be doing. Yes, there is a hill fort, but there's just too much stuff here as the units splitting off to try and take out villages. Frost Giants are going to be coming through, and there's no priests in at the moment for Kiluminati, so these should help somewhat here. They're not the most amazing of units by themselves, but once you get a bunch of them at an army, they can be really helpful. But Soup's army just melts here yet again as the hill forts will end up falling behind this. You can see the Soup's actually on 3 town centers now as well. Look at the villager differential. If Soup beats this army, I don't believe the Kiluminati can just rebuild it. So Soup's got to be very quick about this. He needs gold. He's still got this gold mine over here. Pull these villagers onto that gold mine. He's got this gold mine over here. It's not fully defended, but Kiluminati has to break the town center to get down there. He can also jump onto this gold mine with these villagers, and he can re-macro up an army, and he can be in a good spot. the hill forts going down. Slingers searching. Of course, just a couple of berserks to convert is perfectly reasonable for Soup here. He's so far in front on villager diff. All he needs is military. And losing a couple of villagers to deal with the enemy military is going to be a big help. We are seeing funeral rites to come through for Kiluminati now, which does help him out in a big way. Because he needs resources. Losing units, he needs resources then to help rebuild them all. But Soup's military buildings going down here is going to hurt more than you know. It's the hardest part about playing Norse is losing buildings because you have to rebuild them. And, well, you need the buildings to rebuild them because you need units to rebuild those. Anyways, more Great Halls coming down. And Soup's got 5 longhouses now, though. Anti's got himself Rick's Thule. I'd love to see him get this technology here, Levy, so that he can really spam those units out. Resources are at 0 for Soup, so he's macroing well. But he just doesn't have the army just yet to deal with what Kiluminati's massed up here. But the longer this game goes, the more time that passes, the more this 86 to 58 villager differential is going to start becoming a big deal. Soup's also got himself the winter harvest technology, so his villagers are working very, very fast. Meanwhile, Kiluminati, he's got the important techs. He's still not farming. He's still on hunt, so that's kind of huge for him as the army to charge in onto this bottom side. I feel like garrison and convert everything and come in here and take this fight has to be the idea, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing here. The town center might fall, but if the army here falls, that's huge. Soup not attacking with all of his army at once is not going to be doing him any favors here, but Berserks versus Slingers has to be good. The Scorpion Man, on the other hand, is going to be a big, big problem as well, but it looks like there's just no front line at the moment now for Kiluminati as his army has to be falling here. Up onto the top side, the micro away from Kiluminati as those units getting distracted there. But over here, more military buildings are falling. But Soup, for the first time in this game, seems to be finding himself a significant advantage. He's got the military resource value advantage. He's got the pop advantage. He's got the Vill advantage. He's going to have to get his town center back. These units over here aren't really helping him out, but town center over onto this left side going up as a portable ram is in. Is it there in time? Answer is no, but it will be able to take it down if Kiluminati isn't going to pay attention to this. Of course, he will see the idle villages at some point, immediately target the portable ram down, and that will be a sad state of affairs for portable ram lovers all around the world. As the town center coming up over here for Soup. The game to continue along. And we'll see if Kiluminati can bring this one back. It's been all Kiluminati for the entirety of this game, but Soup has been scrambling, and he does manage to scramble back into this one. Frost Giant going to go down. Portal Ram's going to go down. How's the infrastructure looking? Soup, 4 Great Halls, 3 Longhouses, 4 Hill Forts. If I'm Soup right now, I'm thinking, let's go Mythic Age, let's get infrastructure down, and let's get a trade route going, and let's just do everything we possibly can to like put ourselves in a better position. I probably wouldn't go Balder, but Balder is another option for Fire Giants. He's got all the favor in the world for a bunch of Fire Giants, and that can be a huge help to deal with this type of an army. As Kiluminati pulls back, more Rams coming through. I mean, he's a ways away from getting to the Mythic Age. Just the gold situation a little bit on the slow side. The Soup wanders in here, trying to deal with everything. Supportable Rams roll in here to try and deal with this as well. We've got the Huskal trying to break through, throw an axe on the back. Are going to be relatively well protected. Villagers come forward to repair this one up, but that's not going to be enough. But still, Soup's army is just not winning these fights. He doesn't have the throw an axeman to deal with the spearmen. He doesn't have the front line to survive that. He doesn't have the tech. He just doesn't have enough stuff here just yet. He kills the town center, but he loses his army. maybe it was an okay trade, but Kiluminati's got all the gold in the world. Farms up on the top. We've got markets coming through for Kiluminati as well. How's the gold mine situation? 700, 300, 1300. It's not good for Kiluminati. He will be running out of gold here very, very shortly. So that trade route is very important. A must. Of course, alternatively, you can just push forward and try and grab this gold mine. But Soup grabbing that with his own villagers, very smart. And Soup continues to take these fights with minimal... Like, I mean, he's sort of got equal military resource value and he's sort of winning, but he continues to take the fights. He's got so many resources. Both players are sort of macroing poorly. To put it any other way, they're macroing poorly. They've got to get that gold down. They've got to get that food down. But Soup keeps on banging his head into this army as the priest healing shenanigans begins for Kiluminati. Very, very smart. Huge amounts of value on these fights. Spearman coming through as well. As the Portable Ram going to try and take out the Kiluminati Migdol stronghold. Throw an Axeman. Berserks to come through. Soup has now got himself up to 8 longhouses. Love to see it. He's got 8 great halls, 4 hill forts. The infrastructure is looking beautiful at the moment. Every economic upgrade for both players is in. They've got everything going. Armory upgrades. Kiluminati missing just a little bit. Soup missing just a lot. Where are those upgrades? That's a real big miss from Soup. That's why his army isn't really winning these fights as hard as it might have been able to normally. More Berserks, more Throwing Axemen, more Jarls to come through. Spearmen, Chariot Archers on the other side for Kiluminati. Should be enough to actually... You could probably just get away with the Chariot Archer Spearmen here, but we'll see. As the houses going down on the front. Markets for Soup on the bottom side as well, so he can start his own trade route. Portable Ram's going to continue to try and break through that Migdol. But Kiluminati is slowly but surely losing the economic war in this game. He's got no gold remaining. He's got 3.5k. He's got an army, or he's got a queue of units coming out, but so too does Soup. That being said, Soup's numbers do seemingly start to look like they're fading ever so slightly as Kiluminati will pull back. Kiluminati's market situation. He's got 4 markets spamming donkey caravans here as the Portable Ram into the main base trying to take this one down. Probably not going to happen as Soup will need to pull back. There's still this gold mine here. 1,100 gold is well worth going to grab. But I guess... I mean, when you think about it, Kiluminati's just got 55 villagers on wood. Never mind. He's got 1,000 wood in the bank. So we should probably take villagers off of wood and just come up to this gold mine and start grabbing that one. As Soup pops over here, he's going to take the town center. Armory upgrades for Soup still non-existent. Who needs armory upgrades? But another town center is huge. Helps him with his villager situation, but more importantly, that's preventing Kiluminati from having an amazing trade route. He could sell food if he wants to. He's making the ox caravans. As Soup says, let me just charge in and try and take you out underneath the town center. Generally, these attacks don't work all too well. But the front line is fading. The Chariot Archers are dying. And Soup's military resource advantage staying true here as Kiluminati taps out and Soup somehow, some way does the unimaginable and brings this game back from the brink to put himself in a 2-1 lead for this best of 5 What a ridiculous game of Odin. The distraction action, the fights, the style, all the problems in the world we're hitting Soup in this game, but he just kept on going, nah, we'll just keep on one foot in front of the other. We just got to keep going. Take the good with the bad, take the bad with the good. And when the going got rough, the rough got going, and he does manage to win the impossible. It's a best of 5, though. So Kiluminati's still very much in it. We'll see if we can bring it back for game number 4. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Alrighty, it is going to be the map Giza. Everyone's favorite map. Everyone's favorite Giza map. And it's going to be a Thor versus Fushi. All right, on Giza it was, wasn't it? Okay. That was a fun game. Yeah, Peggy, the exploiters, not good. Let's just say that much. Not good. That's a lot of points there, Mr. Kavoth. What are you going to do with them? What are you going to buy yourself? You going to buy yourself give Kavoth back his mod? Or are you going to buy yourself take Kavoth's mod away? Which one is it? Wait, I can't go. Oh, there we go. Well, this has been fun. Age Mythology is so good. You know, guys, one thing that I've learned about RTS over the years is that this game's really good. That's one thing that I've learned. Oh, alrighty. It's almost bedtime for me, though, so these guys better hurry up with this series. Also, yeah, that's right. All right, let's go into the next game, into game number 4. What time to be alive? We click here, we click here, we click here. And off we go. Into game number 4. Kiluminati back against the wall as he does decide to go in with his tried and true Thor. His tried and true Thor. Soup on the other side is going to go in with his mass Kwafu shenanigans. How many Kwafu can the Kwafu is the question. The question we really have here for Soup is he going to go for 2 Kwafu? Is he going to go for 3 Kwafu? Is he going to go for 4 Kwafu before he advances? Those are the big questions. Who knows? Who knows what the answers are? Still some goats. We do have the defensive variant of Giza with the back large gold mine. These maps with the back large gold mines do generally produce some very, very interesting games in certain matchups. So, for example, this matchup should present a very, very interesting game. Yeah, it's 12:43 in the AM at the moment, so it's definitely past my bedtime. But for you guys, I'm pushing through. We stay awake. I go to sleep after this series, and Motsuba is going to be carrying through for the Punkstar versus Darthnox event, and then the Ironhide versus who was it? I can't remember. Who's Ironhide playing? You guys were reading it, right? No? Just me? Young Goat. There you go, Young Oath. Young Oath is playing that late? Young, go to sleep. I like thought it was Young Oath, but then I was like, nah, it can't be Young Oath because he's going to be playing at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. That's literally, like, that's what went through my brain. I was like, it can't be Young Oath. Why is Young Oath the one that I'm thinking? It can't be. This guy, he's more of a degenerate than me. All right, I got the Canopic Gyrobeam SETI. Minus 25% there for the infantry train time speed. Thundercloud Shawl. Minus 5% Pierce. Vulnerability as the Shannon Okra Whip with the increased farm gather rate as you get your farming technologies in. And then finally, Svaddle Furry's Sledge, giving you free fortresses in terms of the favor cost. And we do a Kwafu check. It will be 3. 3 Kwafu and an advance. Nope. 4 Kwafu and an advance. Why go 3 when you can go 4? Soup poses the question, and the answer is yeah. Meanwhile, Kiluminati is already advancing. He's going through Freya, and he's gotten himself already 2 armor upgrades. He's about to go to 3, so the villager differential will be equal for a second before Soup overtakes him with the Kwafu that comes out. Yes, 4 is more than 3, but surely 5 is more than 4. But it looks like the favor is not going to quite work out for him. So yeah, advancing, that's the better move for sure. Yeah, advance and get the Kwafu out afterwards. Yeah, auto queue the Kwafu. Why not? If there's one thing that I know, it's that Soup loves economy. He loves having more resources. Meanwhile, Valkyrie comes out, Hursa comes out, House comes down. And Kiluminati is going to be looking for early game pressure here. And this is the weakness of advancing this late. This is the weakness. As the villagers pulling off, he will turn around, throw some stones, some big boulders, a couple of boulders in the back of the head there as Kiluminati is going to be ready to put a lot of pressure onto Soup. Soup moving up onto the top side. Silo next to the Peach Blossom Spring so he can actually, like, protect that one is always good. As an Imperial Academy as well going to come through for Soup. And Soup sees the opportunity to get some damage onto the Valkyrie. And Kiluminati will simply just have to pull that one back. Keeping it alive is perfect. You can always get another Valkyrie out and then reheal it. But it's going to be out of commission for a little bit now. That's a big win for Soup as he needs to start throwing up his military buildings, defending his base from any sort of raids. It's very, very open here. But the simple solution is to wall off like this. Maybe put another house or 2 here. Wall off here. Wall to the bottom. And over here as well, wall to the bottom there. And then he can lock off the front as well a little later. And obviously, wherever you want to put buildings down as well. And you're good to go. But at the moment, Soup is trying to maximize his favor spread, which I don't think I like here. Against Norse, against Aztecs as well, against any of the raiding civs. Any of the early game ratings, Poseidon as well, any of the early game rating civs as China, your favored land doesn't matter. What matters is keeping your villages alive. And we'll see if Soup is going to be able to do so, but it's always tough when you got the slower units. Meanwhile, Kiluminati smartly getting his own walls up. Locking off this position. Love it. Also locking off the backside as well. As a Yatsa comes in and gets beaten up ever so slightly. A couple of shanks there as well. As the Yatsa will die. As it tries to teleport out. Leaves that blue pool of blood. And I'm not going to lie, but the head was the other way. It somehow, its body flipped the other side. And anyways. Don't ask questions. It's fine. Now walls coming up for Soup. I love this, actually. This is really cool. Locking this position off. A wall over here. Beautiful defensive building placement from Soup. You can really learn a thing or two from these two players with how they lock off their base. I didn't even imagine that that option there from Soup. Really, really smart. Meanwhile, a town center as well for Soup. Of course, the back gold mine sort of dictates that you can't go full all in, but you probably still can go full all in into this if you want. So the Hursa does end up going down. Sky Lanterns coming through. Up onto the front here. Kiluminati has to be thinking about doing the same thing. He scouted the town center. The other option could be for Kiluminati to go absolutely insane here. And by absolutely insane, I mean you could go one town center, heroic age, and try and just break through the Soup base. But that's, like I said, kind of insane. So he drops the town center. He's going to be chasing a little bit behind on economy, but to be honest, it's perfectly fine here for Thor to do that because he's going to be able to catch up on the economy with his armory upgrades. Meanwhile, medium cav, thundering hooves, pickaxe, hand axe, husbandry, everything going in for Kiluminati as Soup. Very simply here wants to just go to the heroic age. He's got nearly the resource. He sees the raiding cavalry coming through as this peasant is like, run! Okay, I'm dead. Sad state of affairs for the peasant there as Kiluminati will simply just pull out, and the Soup is still a little ways away from this heroic age with his food situation. Just needs a couple hundred more food. I wouldn't mind seeing him just grab watchtowers here to be safe. As he's going up through Gormang. I am a little worried that Soup isn't going to turn back on this villager auto queue thing. Oftentimes, if someone turns off their villagers to advance and then doesn't immediately turn it back on, they can simply just forget that it exists. As the army charging in onto this side, Soup does get caught a little bit with his pants down here as he's getting punished for this heroic age ever so slightly. The Terracotta Riders do get called upon. Heroes need to be on top of those Valkyries. He does pick off one, and Kiluminati will need to pull out of here. He's overcommitted ever so slightly. Guafu could also jump onto the Peach Blossom Spring at this point. I see players holding onto this Peach Blossom Spring way too long. As soon as like, you just want to grab it at some point, because you're going to get the resources in anyways. Anyways, the unit's charging forward. HUSKSUPPE going down ever so slightly. And Soup's front line is going to be falling there to the throw an axe, but he charges straight onto that back line as the fire arch is going down too. There obviously is this mythic age, or not mythic age, heroic age. Kiluminati with the Kiluminati move. What a move. Does Soup see this? No. Absolutely blind, deaf, and unaware to the wild nature of the Kiluminati. Absolutely wild. Nonetheless, into the middle of the map, a ballet. Makes sense. Grab this gold mine while you can. The back one is safe, according to you. For everything you know, this is safe. As the berserks are going to slowly start coming out. Oh god, could he? Could he? No, don't attack. Put a... Oh, never mind. He's going to attack. Maybe a wall around it? That would be hilarious. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I love it. Soup not paying attention. Units coming through onto the front here. If he finishes the walls... Oh, he's attacked the Quafu! No, he's alerted Soup! Soup hasn't noticed just yet! The walls are coming up! He can turn and bash this one down with the Quafu! He still hasn't noticed! Now he's turning! Can he get through the walls? The Quafu do have crush damage. They do tons of damage. He gets up another wall. Another wall is up. The Berserk's trying to take these guys down. He gets one Quafu. He gets two, potentially, as the other one's going to be... Oh, he gets a ghost building down. He gets the ghost building down. 3 Quafu kills. An absolute orchestra, a symphony of side build devastation from King Kiluminati. Gifted the birthday present. Is it going to be enough, though? Is Soup trying to push forward? Now, Soup has to get back in here and deal with these longhouses, because this is just going to be pain in his backside for the rest of this game otherwise. Great hauls coming through. We got the siege crossbows coming in for Soup as well. So he's trying to make something happen. Into this side, though, the village is trying to get involved in the game, but he pulls onto the front through the wooden gate. He can also come back behind it and actually heal up these siege crossbows too. Back and forth he goes. The HUSKSUPPE does end up falling. The town center for Kiluminati going down. We've got crenellations coming in as well from Soup. And Soup's got to be careful with those siege crossbows, but the town center will end up going down. He doesn't really have the front line to deal with any of those raiding cavalry at the moment. Tons and tons of Valkyrie in as a very desperation lightning weapons gets dropped. Soup can pull behind his wall. Why is he sitting out here? He's got a ballet. He's got everything. He didn't need to take that fight. But he can't even push in there anyways because of the forest protection. So he has to say, no worries, I'll run. Bragi now on the way for Kiluminati. Bragi now on the way for Kiluminati. Now the Tawu taking a look up onto this top side, going for a little bit of a barrel roll into all of those throwing axemen as they do get sent in onto this position here. There goes the heroic age for Kiluminati as he says, flaming weapons to take out a ballet. Yes, sir. The gold mine on the back is fully walled off. The gold mine on the front is knocked down, and Soup is out of gold. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be going to a game 5 here. It couldn't have gotten any better than this as Kiluminati does get the dub. It's 2-2. Best of 5. One final game. What a ridiculous series we're watching today. The first series kind of was a little bit like, okay. The first game was a little bit like, okay. But the second game was a banger. The third game was a banger. The fourth game was a banger. What a time to be alive. I got nothing else to say. This move at the bottom was just too good. Just too good from Kiluminati. Back to the drafting menu we go. Well, well, well. One last game. On the map, Midgard. There's 2 god picks here for Kiluminati. He's got Isis and he's got Tsukiyomi. Soup, he's got Uranus and he's got Kronos. Very, very interesting here. And it's going to be an Isis versus Kronos matchup for game number 5. The spiciness. Is Soup going to go full crazy mode? Is Soup going to go full crazy mode, or is it going to be more of what or more standard shenanigans? Does he go full all in? Also, what do you do if you're the Isis here? Because Soup doesn't have to Kronos Rush. But if you don't go water and you just try and gamble on the defense, then you find yourself very, very far behind. All right. I don't know. This one's spicy. Let's just take a quick break. We'll just hands back. Just a little quick break. A little bit of a water break. Okay. If I'm Soup, what would I be thinking? We go for the Kronos Rush. It's just good regardless. We could go for a fake dock play, which is kind of like a 330 advance with 1 dock and 2 fish. Leto seems like a great idea here for Soup rather than Prometheus, just on the fact that if he's going to go for that Kronos Rush versus Isis, the automatons survive longer underneath the town center. Of course, even if this game just plays completely standard with both players just go early dock and fish boom, then it ends up being it ends up still being a difficult matchup for Isis. I think Kronos is really good versus Isis, just period. Uh-oh. I hit the wrong button. My game is stuck on refreshing game list. Okay. Give me a hot second, guys, while I fix this up. Can we make this a best of 69? We could. I don't want this night to end. I don't want this night to end. Okay. They are off to the races. They are off to the races, and we've got ourselves just a little bit of a hangout time to go ahead. Oh. All right. Best of 6-7. Is that still a thing? I've heard that it's not a thing anymore. That's what I've heard. Am I wrong? Are we like all just old timers now and is that what's going on? It's very cringe now. Lol. Yeah, I'm definitely an unk. I don't mind. I'll claim it. I don't mind being OG song. That's fine. Not a problem. We're all unks at this point. The only person who's not an unk is basically Grass, and he's still 12, so geriatric, exactly. Give me my rocking chair. Alrighty. One final game for Eternal Glory. 10,000 smackaroon, 100,000 smackaroonies. Actually, $50 from Satfat, I believe. Huge donations. Let's jump into it and see what these guys are gonna do. All right. One final game. Best of 5s. Both players can go to bed knowing that they gave it their all and that they came out with a decent result. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue ISIS, it's Kiluminati. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the red HUSKSUPPE. No, the red Kronos is HUSKSUPPE, and he does actually drop the dock. So we aren't going to be seeing the crazy Kronos Rush. Conmio asks, is there really no other younger AOM players at high levels? I have heard that there is a 14-year-old prodigy at the moment, kind of reminiscent of El Magicano, the Magiciano. I have heard that, but I haven't confirmed it just yet. Can't remember who was telling me. Someone was telling me about it. Can't remember who. Anyways, that's my story. Anyways, we got ourselves, the map is Midgard. So a little cheeky water map. For those of you who don't know, on water you can get fish, and fish is a food income source, which does mean that your economy expands much faster than if you were playing on a land map. So that's why players build fishing ships. Anyways, Kiluminati here. Seems like he has been, he sees the dock, he puts an obelisk down, kind of knows what's coming for him. He spots it, and he can spam out the fishing ships. He was playing somewhat around this. And here's the thing, at any moment inside of the build order, if you want, you can basically bail on your plan. So there's a 2 fishing ship fast advance from ISIS here that I think is a perfectly reasonable way to open versus the Kronos. And then you just rush your priest up and you do what Kiluminati's done here. You just drop an obelisk down and you see what your opponent's doing. And from there, you can make your judgment about what to do. And he does see the temple coming up now for Soup. But this could be also a fake from Soup where he's not actually advancing, he's just putting the temple down. And still going for more of a dock spam. So you have to make somewhat of a guesstimation here as the temple is coming up. It is it? Ooh, I don't know. It looks like it is impossible to hit that one there with that monument. So nice building placement from Kiluminati. Other thing you might want to consider is more houses up. Maybe house, wall off to the side. Could be in a good spot there. But nonetheless, he is trying his best now to get to the next age. He pulls everyone off of gold, everyone off of He's still a couple on food, on wood to keep getting himself the fishing ships. But everyone onto food for his advance time. It's very much behind the 8 ball as Soup has done a minimum amount of fishing ships. Now back to the fishing ship spam. I love this plate. Max amount of pressure onto your opponent while also increasing your economy here. Nonetheless, the dock's coming up and he's going to start time shifting those around. He can pop them over to here, right? Over to this side there. You can do the same over to the bottom side. And you can get all of that juicy fishing economy. And his houses coming up here for Kiluminati to just defend this position here. I get why players do this. But my thing is, if building a wall is much faster than building these houses, and all I care about is actually defending my... Like, this wall here is amazing. All I care about is just defending my base, right? So why would I build the wall? Why would I build houses when I can just build a wall, get that up, and then my villages be safer? Build the houses where I can't build the wall, because you can't build a wall close to a gold mine, right? Like, this here is impossible. But a house can be built here. So, anyways, prosperity gets dropped. Fishing ship situation for Kiluminati is at 11 to 12 for Soup. Soup hasn't managed to do a whole lot here with his early advance and his early attack or whatever, but he has sort of made Kiluminati feel a little bit uneasy. You see Doc's coming up over here as well. As Soup's Oracle just misses this one. Fire ships also going to be on the way here for the Supinator. He can actually take out that villager there as well if he's quick enough with the fire ship. That's exactly what he's going to do. Gets nice and close. Yep, that fire ship does damage. And that's a dead villager. Huge find there for Soup early on. Soup also finds Pandora's box, which is going to be nice. Main base has got itself the military barracks up, and the game continues along. He's going to be going up to the heroic age soon as well. I guess that's going to be a similar thing for Kiluminati, as he's going to start working towards his first scene. Yes, fish and chips. That's right. Fish and chips. Fishing ships and fish and chips. Can you tell which one's which? Let's play a game. Which one am I saying? Fishing ships. Which one was it? The one that gets food, or the one that you get at the one with the... No. Nice valor there from Soup to get the defense in as the Miller hero does come through. That's going to be sending those Anubites packing as the Plague of Serpents gets dropped down. And Soup will say, no worries, I'll pick these ones off, that's fine. It's a little bit of an annoyance, but in the end of the day, it doesn't really do all too much. As the Caraballister will be needed to deal with these spearman raids, the villagers will pull off of the wood line. What is this citizen doing? No. Oh, never mind. He will just... I was about to say he'll just walk away, but he is confused about his life choices, as one spearman goes down for a hero citizen is well worth it for Kiluminati, as he does manage to strike back here. You got the war barge out as well for some nice defense against the Barim, but the fire ship is in, and Soup will use his speed advantage to get away from that. And citizens into the main base still under attack here. Mamilo comes through, and Kiluminati will bail out on that position. And there comes the Hyperion for Soup. And the Anubite for Kiluminati is down. And the Prometheans start. Left to fire to come through for Soup as well for even more economy, because he just can't help himself. Oracles as well. Best answer versus all these classical age units is Satyr. Of course, Arcus are also very, very powerful versus the classical army as well because of the range. But Satyr are going to be an amazing unit as well as Chaos. As Super can start setting them up around the outside basically if he wants to. Move on to the side fishing ships just getting taken down. And we see a little bit of an annoyance here as Kiluminati's going to try and get some damage done, but Soup can get in here with the Hero Car Ballaster and absolutely destroy those spearmen. Meanwhile, behind this, Kiluminati says, yep, up to Nephthys makes some sense. Soup is pulling ahead in this game, though. He has the fishing... Does he have the fishing ship advantage? 20 versus 13! 20 versus 13! An insane advantage for Soup in terms of income here. He's going to have to put down his more of those military buildings. And with 5 oracles out, they're mostly all positioned pretty well, it looks like. With 5 oracles out, he will be able to get some of those satyrs out. And here's the big question. Kiluminati will be out of gold soon. He's going to look to come up and maybe get a Migdol on one of these 3 gold mines, but life is going to be very tough where that's concerned. Militarily speaking, population-wise, it's pretty close. Villager-wise, it's pretty close. Watchtower's coming through as well for Kiluminati as he's trying to sit back, play defense. He has to pop out. He also has to put a monument down to play around the deconstruction. There's a lot of pain coming his way here. It's the archer ships falling and Soup now ready to do some sort of push. Realistically, all he needs actually is his oracles on top of both of these spots in the center. Because he's got now map control, he can definitely consider just going, yeah, let's just get another 3 oracles out to place right in the middle of the map for line of sight. Generally speaking, when you've got the map control, you should take line of sight as well. That's very important. But nonetheless, the army of Kiluminati ready to start moving out here. Of course, there is going to be that chaos if he wants, and that's exactly what he's going to be dropping down, picking up all of these units, potentially also the Scorpion Men after all is said and done there as well. Brutal chaos, but that does give a little bit of an option here for Kiluminati to get out of his base. As he has moved over here, a market coming up for Kiluminati. Selling food makes sense. That's exactly what he's going to do. But he still needs to get a Migdol stronghold and a monument up. So there's the monument to the villagers. That's going to protect his Migdol from deconstruction. He's going to have a Migdol up. And there is going to be a palace for Soup to come through as Soup says, all right, let's wander over here. Too little, too late on the Migdol stronghold, but does he have the units to break this down? Because there's really not a whole lot here from Kiluminati. He does decide to pull back. No sense in just going crazy here. Such a crazy economic advantage for Super. Look at the food. 2,200. The gold. 800 there. Don't tell me Super's got 22 fishing ships. I need to know this. He literally has 28 fishing ships. Literally. This guy, he is a madman. A market coming through for Soup. And there's Helios in for Soup as well. There's a little bit of a raid up onto the top. Already Helios. I'm surprised he doesn't go Atlas here, because it just erases the entirety of this army. Of course, there is the monument, and Kiluminati will just never leave that position, but I guess on the other hand, with map control, build a couple more priests, and you make Centamanus. And now we don't need to worry about a monument to protection or monument protection for a deconstruction because you can just take the Migdol out with those center manas. Town center coming down for Soup as well as he wants to get that population through. A little bit of harassment here from Kiluminati. Oh, actually from Soup as Kiluminati needs to get himself out of ramming galley to deal with all this. You see upgrades to come. There's still so much. There's so much economy for Soup. Like, just town center coming up over here. Hero village is getting converted. He's got himself the heart of the Titans there as well, so his villages convert even faster. As Soup can also garrison the citizen away. He's not paying attention. Oh, there he actually is paying attention. He waits the perfect amount of time there for them to almost be dead. Also, he can grab himself the hero regeneration technology if he wants to, and those citizens will go back up to full HP. Camel Riders going down in the center. I want to see Center Manus here without question. I don't see them not being good here. A bunch of Center Manus and just go onto the main talent center with a poke in this way and then Vortex, kill the talent center, fight the army with a chaos, and you're good to go. Now Osiris to come through for Kiluminati. We will see the Titan Omachi to come in. Also got Sons of the Sun on the way. So there goes the Vortex, and Soup says, yeah, we will take this one. There isn't a chaos, unfortunately, but this talent center, that's getting targeted down so quickly from the center Manus. Kiluminati, he is halfway to the Mythic Age. That's going to get cancelled. The backline is getting targeted down, though, by Camel Riders as the Warden of Tartarus, actually. They're going to be pulling back. A whole bunch of Arcus going to be coming through. We've got the Satyrs getting some big damage done as well. The Pharaoh and the Priest on the back need to get targeted down. Of course, the center Manus have got 900 HP. So they stay alive for quite some time there. He pulls them back ever so slightly as the heroes get pulled back to safety for the time being. But Town Center in the middle coming up for Kiluminati, desperately trying to keep himself going in this game. But Soup is just so ridiculously far in front here. As the Arcus doing Arcus things. The Centamanus do end up falling there as that Pharaoh has gotten some good value. But Soup needs to actually spend his resources to actually break through the rest of this as Kiluminati does manage to survive. Meanwhile, a bunch of units in queue. Onto the other side, we got Champion Infantry, Quarry, Bowsaw, Destroyers, Catapulties, Town Center coming through for Kiluminati. As the Priests will come through to try and take out some Satyrs and all the other good stuff. The Arcus here, kind of okay, but they're face tanking slingers. Not really what you want. I mean, he's just taking the map while this is all going on, though. Palace coming up, more Destroyers to come in to take out this town center. He's just got so many resources. He's not even training units here. How disrespectful could it get? He's just like, nah, I don't need units. I just have the economy in my bank. Axeman keeping himself. He's double the score at 18 minutes into the game with 41k. Are you kidding me? He has 5 town centers. 5. No, 4. Huh? Never mind. He's got 4 town centers. I thought he was on 5. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just walk in and grab this one next. A valiant effort from Kiluminati, but I'm not sure anybody can pull this one back. Again, Osiris is pre-queued. Axeman coming through to try and deal with the infantry. And the hero citizen count is at 37. Oof. Look at these destroyers as well. He's got 73% pierce armor. Those chariot archers aren't going to do anything. Down center with 794 HP. That's going to go down. No axemen nearby. They will deal with the destroyers in the main base, but the destroyers up here are the problem. As the town center goes down, it's 100 villages to 41. And this is always a comp. This is a comp that I've found really difficult to deal with when I play as Isis, is Arcus Destroyer. Even if you micro perfectly the chariot archers, those destroyers, all the axemen just end up dying. And the destroyers just end up destroying me. And Kiluminati taps out. And Soup does manage to get his grudge match. He beats the birthday boy. But unbelievable series from both players here. Really, really fun series. Great games played by both. Hopefully we're going to have more to do as well soon. But there are other games to happen today. I'll talk to you and send you guys over to the next stream. But it is over for me for today. GG's. Alrighty, so apparently Motoba is doing the next series. I have to imagine his stream has started already. There it is. His stream has started. So he's going to be doing Darthnox versus Punkstar. And then he's going to be doing Young Oath versus Ironhide. So make sure if you're on Twitch, make sure you stick around and check him out. He's new to the old scene, Aruni, so give him some love. And I'll see you guys, if not tomorrow, then on probably, if not tomorrow evening, then Tuesday morning. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now. Thanks guys for watching, and thanks for hanging out with me. Bye bye.